Hello there. Hopefully we will not get so much Dalek drag this time. Let's see who out there can hear what I am saying. Interestingly, YouTube has informed me I'm currently 11 minutes 48 seconds into a 1 hour 10 minute and 56 second stream. I have my doubts. Oh well. In any case, that aside, let's press on. We have today, let me double check, we have 28 Patreon Q&A questions from Patreon Drydocks 312 and 317. And then we will do the standard thing of, after that, go into super chats and then questions from the chat. And we'll see where we go from there. So, first question from Miles McCaskill. Let me move that over here so I'm not staring off into this horizon. Miles McCaskill asks, right. There is a theory that clearly recreating every single event or object from the past is well beyond our current capability, but this might be possible with shipwrecks and artificial intelligence, based on the idea that the information contained within the current moment is sufficient to determine every other moment, past or future. The opening scene in the 1997 movie Titanic gives an example of how a shipwreck can be carefully analysed, combined with additional information like eyewitness accounts, blueprints, material science, ocean currents, etc., to give a pretty good idea of exactly how the sinking took place. Do you think, in theory, artificial intelligence could be a useful tool for recreating the last moments of other ships in a similar manner? For example, could you do a sonar scan of the seabed containing the wreckage of Hood, combine it with all other relevant information, plug it into an AI software, and then it could work backwards from the moment of the sonar scan to the moment the wreckage hit the sea floor, account for things like erosion, and work backwards to the moment of the magazine explosion? And can you think of other wrecks where this approach could yield some answers? In theory, this is sort of possible. I don't think there's anything in the way of current AI programs that could actually practically do that. The main issue is going to be, well, two things. Firstly, how much information you're actually putting in, because the more information you put in, the better the simulation can run. And the less information you put in, the more variables it's going to have and the more wild results it might come up with. And secondly, even if you put in every single thing you could reasonably know, so let's say you had a perfect 3D sonar scan of the wreckage of Hood and everything within a 20-mile radius on the seabed, then, well, the fact is you don't know exactly what the sea conditions were on that day through every stage of depth. There might have been a current on the surface going one way, there might have been a current 500 feet down going another way, there might have been a thermocline at a certain depth, and the temperature difference might have been 3 degrees, it might have been 6 degrees. You don't know. This is the kind of data we're not going to have. And of course, that assumes that all the wreckage has been contained and scanned by your theoretical 3D sonar scan. And so sort of making an inference from now back to when the wreckage originally arrived at the seabed, and then calculating how it got from the surface to the seabed, and then backtracking all the way to the magazine explosion. If you had enough information, you could put that into some kind of computer model which could then tell you what happened step by step. But I just don't think we're ever going to have that level of information. Some of it we just flat out do not have and will never have. Other bits of information, you might have a start and an end point, but not that intermediate point. So say, for example, as the wreck comes down, for it to go from point A on the surface to point B on the seabed, there may be half a dozen equally valid ways that it got there. And, how is the simulation model going to tell any different, which one is potentially the valid one? And then when you get to the actual magazine explosion itself, again, the scale of that kind of devastation, it erases a lot of data. There will be whole sections of hoods immediately after the midship section that just simply do not exist in any meaningful way anymore, and probably didn't within seconds of the magazine detonating. And therefore, since that information has been destroyed, you can't get it back. And if you can't get it back, that bit is also always going to be a guess. So I think for something like Hood, probably not. For more modern shipwrecks, or for wrecks where there's a lot more information that can be accessed, so ships that were sunk by conventional gunfire, ships that rolled over, that kind of stuff, where you have more information, maybe at some point in the future you could get a computer model that relatively reliably would give you a good idea of what was going on. But at the moment, even for those, you need a huge amount of human input. So, for example, something like the wreck of Kirishima, if you really, really heavily scanned it and combined it with all the other extant details we have from the night that she was sunk, I think at the moment, with human input, a combination of that and computer modelling could probably net you a half-decent idea of the exact method of her sinking, which bulkheads failed to cause her to do X, Y, or Z. Excuse me. But even then, when you've got something like ship rolls over as it sinks, and let's say it comes to rest upside down, the thing is, if it was actually over and then settled through a significant part of the water column, you don't know. Did she roll over on the surface? Did she roll over and stabilize 50 feet down, 100 feet down, 2 feet below before she hit the seabed? That kind of stuff. All of that's going to lead to slightly different ways in which she sank. And unless someone was there with a video camera filming it above and underwater, there's, again, certain information we're just never going to know. Eric Van Dooting asks, if you were tasked with designing an optimal fast battleship in the mid-1930s, how would you prioritise the usual triumvirate of speed, protection and firepower, plus any other key features you might like to include? You're designing for the following scenario. The design will be for one of the major navies of World War II, but you don't know which one or in which theatres it's going to see combat, but you have a decent amount of foresight as to how naval combat will evolve in the early 1940s, but you can't incorporate any technology that doesn't exist during the design period. Right, so, well, see, the problem is, if you don't know which of the major navies you're going to be designing for, there are some features that are pretty much specific to a certain navy, particularly around propulsion systems, which you're then going to have to exclude. You can't include in this design the high-pressure steam plants that the US Navy uses, because you don't know if this is going to be a US Navy design, and, well, even if we just look at the big five, statistically you have an 8 out of 10 chance of it not being for the US Navy. Likewise, if I was designing an optimal fast battleship for the mid-30s, I actually wouldn't use the US boilers. I would use the French forced induction boilers, because that allows me to get the highest amount of power into the smallest amount of space. But again, I don't know if I'm going to be designing this ship for the Marine Nationale. There's only, a 2 out of 10 or 1 in 5 chance, and that's just going purely by nation. Obviously, if you go by number of battleships built in the late interwar and World War II period, it skews towards being much more likely that you're going to be building a battleship for the US, but, it makes it difficult to use very specific technologies. But in the very broad general sense, if I was trying to optimize speed, protection and firepower, I think I would aim for a 28 knot top speed, because realistically, yes, going faster than that is sometimes useful, but it requires a lot more machinery space, machinery volume, by using default machinery, and that impinges on my protection and firepower, and I don't think I really want to do that. Then if we look at the protection side of things, I'm probably going to go with a fairly conventional void liquid alternating layer torpedo defense system, at least 5 rows deep, probably something inspired by the King George V class, because their torpedo defense is rated for a 1,000-pound warhead, which is actually more than pretty much anybody else's. So I think that's a good way to go. Armor is an interesting one. Do you go vertical? Do you go inclined? We've recently talked about a lot of the advantages and disadvantages of each. If I don't know which navy and which theatre this ship is going to, I think I'm going to err on the side of either a notionally vertical belt, aka King George V like, or which obviously is going to have inclinations that follows the hull, or if I can get away with it and get some inclination on the belt, it's going to be an external inclined belt rather than an internal inclined belt. And the thing is, if you're following the lines of the hull anyway, that inclination doesn't have to be massively severe. 5-10 degrees dead amidships, by the time you get fore and aft around the magazines, that's probably going to have canted over sort of 20-25 anyway, so I can live with that. And then if I'm going for firepower, I'm probably actually going to go with French turret design. So 2 quads up front, Richelieu style, essentially 2 twins in close formation for each turret. So that gives me my 8-gun salvo. I'm not going to use French face hardened armor on the roof, go with US Class B type armor on the roof. And then I'm going to... what might I do? For the secondary batteries, what I would actually do is I would have a super firing dual purpose 5-inch 38 or similar gun above my 2 super firing main batteries. I would then probably have 2 heavy AA on a center line aft, and then the rest of my heavy AA would be clustered down each side of the superstructure, probably maybe 3 mounts. So that would give me 6 twins in each direction, 12 guns. That's pretty nice. And then the aft of the ship would be all my light and medium AA, and I'd also have light and medium AA on like a second tier. So if you imagine how the US battleships have essentially 2 tiers of 5-inch 38s, then I would have 1 tier, so the 3 on either side, because I've kind of made up for it by having my super firing fore and aft, and the second tier would be where I'd store additional light and medium AA. So broadly, that would be my idea of an ultimate ship. People noticing the audio has gone slightly weird and then fixed itself. So yeah, I don't know. At least this time it's fixed itself, which is, a plus. You may notice I am actually still using my default recording microphone. I did say I was going to get out the old Blue Yeti, which doesn't have these problems, but I didn't get the time to, because I was making videos all day. Anyway, Rodney McCoy asks, if by the end of 1942 absolutely everything had gone right for the Japanese Navy beyond their wildest dreams, and conversely everything had gone horribly wrong for the US Navy beyond their worst nightmares, where would both nations find themselves, and would there be any remote possibility the US might express interest in negotiating an end to the war? Qualified, yes. So if everything's gone right for the Japanese, even if we make that very simple and say they've won Coral Sea, so they have Shokaku and Zuikaku. Okay, well, let's say Shoho survives as well, just for the sake of argument, but let's say the Battle of the Coral Sea ends with Shokaku and Zuikaku sinking Yorktown and Lexington. So that leaves just Enterprise and Hornet for Midway, and if Shokaku and Zuikaku haven't taken much air group damage, they're probably at Midway, so we now have 6 fleet carriers versus 2, and maybe, again, because we're trying to make everything go right for the Japanese Navy, either a submarine or a scout spots the 2 US carriers, they get hit by an overwhelming strike, so Yorktown and, Enterprise and Hornet are sunk, so the US's out carriers there, and let's say Saratoga, when she gets torpedoed in a slightly more vulnerable place, and she goes down. Wasp, well, we don't need to change much for Wasp because she's sunk anyway. So at the end of 1942, the only US fleet carrier left is Ranger, and the Japanese haven't lost any of their fleet carriers. I don't know quite how this would happen, but for the sake of argument, let's say that this has happened. The US, I think at that point, might sue for peace, but I don't think it would be in the context of a complete end to the war. They might say that at the time, but the simple fact is, if they've only got Ranger, and, let's say Pearl Harbor has gone roughly the way that it did historically, the US at that point has pretty much no force projection capability, because anything they send out from what's left of their fleet, well, the Japanese have complete air dominance from oodles and oodles of aircraft carriers. So is there any point in them continuing a war with Japan at that stage? Not really for the next year or so. Also, there's this whole, war going on in Europe. So what I could potentially see the US doing is essentially turning around to the Japanese and saying, okay, we'll stop fighting you, so a ceasefire or an armistice, and leave the Japanese to develop their little defensive lines. But the audio, okay, right. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to dig up this. I'll finish this question, then I'll dig up the Yeti. But basically, spend a year not fighting the Pacific and build up the Essexes, and then come back in early 44, basically restart the war. Right, now I've just got to find where I put that last lid microphone. That's the next line. Don't worry, I'm still here somewhere. Right. So let's see. Let's see if this will work. Probably not. Right. Right. Now we have to go into sound settings and change a bunch of stuff. Testing, testing. Okay, right. Right, so let's see. In theory now, no. Da-da. Right. Okay, so can you hear me first of all now? And am I hopefully not echoing? Sound has dropped in volume. Very low. Okay, let's see if I can change that. What about now? What about now? I've moved the microphone a bit closer to me. I think it's pointing, yes, it's pointing the right direction. Okay, let me go into the microphone settings. Test properties, manage sound devices, device properties. Aha! Right. Now, how is that? Is this going to be any better? Anyone can... Better. Okay, right, well, I've turned the gain up on that microphone all the way up to max, so cool. Right, okay, so it turns out I'm going to be using my my little DJI mini mic to talk to you instead of the big boom mic. I don't know why it does the Darth Drac setting, but there you go. Bit tinny, yeah. The problem is I would have got the Yeti out, but then I realized the Yeti uses the old micro USB, and for the life of me I can't remember where the long micro USB audio cable is. So rather than continue to waste your time with that, I will continue with this unless it gets really bad, and then I suppose I can go desperately looking for a micro USB audio cable somewhere in all my boxes. Anyway, let's try and get back to where we were. So yeah, as I was saying earlier, I don't think the US would actually fully end the war, but I think the US might, bow out of the Pacific for a year or so to rebuild their carrier fleet and then come back when all the Essexes and Independences are online. Right, then we get to Todd Webb. If the US had started the Alaska class cruisers around the same time as the North Carolina class, instead of at the same time as the Iowa class, because Congress was giving them more than 2 nickels to rub together, and the first 2 already in service in the Atlantic with the North Carolinas in December 41, with the rest not far behind, how useful would they have likely been in the early war? So, early Alaska class. I can see this potentially going one of 2 ways. So, there is one way, which is ending very badly for them, which would be they get sent out because, hey, they're big cruisers, they get sent out with the US cruisers for the Guadalcanal campaign. So they might provide some pretty decent anti-aircraft fire support to the fleet in, say, Midway, something like that, but then they get put forward to lead the cruiser groups, and with the best will in the world, if Alaska is part of the cruiser force at first Salvo Island, it doesn't really matter how good she is. If she's caught on the hop, not at general quarters, and she gets torpedoed repeatedly, she's going down. So that's the downside, the negative, if you like. If we perhaps take a slightly more optimistic view of things, then where I could see them potentially being quite useful would be probably like most of the other US fast battleships, initially operating on the Arctic convoy route, because an Alaska, okay, it's not got the protection to fight a Scharnhorst one-on-one. It does have the firepower, but it's got more than enough firepower to deal with a Panzerschiff. It's got more than enough firepower to at least give a Scharnhorst a run for its money. And that means that the Allied escorts, instead of having to put 2 full fast battleships on the Arctic convoys, they could have an Alaska and a fast battleship, because if Tirpitz comes out, that gives them a preponderance of firepower, and if anything smaller comes out, well, then they have a massive overwhelming advantage. That in turn frees up an additional fast battleship for use in the Pacific, and that would be far more useful, I think, to the US, because the fast battleships are really good at absorbing incoming Japanese strikes, they're really good at providing huge amounts of anti-aircraft coverage, and they're tough enough to go toe-to-toe with anything the Japanese care to throw at them. And the other place that the Alaskas might be quite useful in, once the Arctic convoy situation is stabilized, would be to maybe send them, at least one of them, to the Mediterranean, because, well, okay, they're not going to go toe-to-toe with the Littorio, but they're more than capable of going toe-to-toe with the Italian refits, and they're quick, and they're primarily cruiser killers, and it's the Italian cruisers more than anything else that give the Allies a lot of trouble, generally speaking. So, again, they'd be very well placed to deal with a lot of cruiser-sized and small-end capital ship-size assets of the Axis in the Mediterranean, which, while it might not free up huge amounts of resources from the Med, it would give the Med fleet quite a bit of a leg up in dealing with their opponents. So I think in a lot of ways the Alaskas would actually be better off in the European theatre, because they'd be freeing up assets and improving Allied chances to a degree that then more assets would be freed up for going over to the Pacific that are more suited for the Pacific War. Because, as I said, yeah, the unfortunate fact is that if you put the Alaskas in the Pacific in 1942, early 1943, Well, yeah, they'll make decent anti-aircraft escorts, but you can get a decent anti-aircraft escort for a lot less than an Alaska, and they're not durable enough to stand in the roles that the fast battleships stand in. But they can send extra fast battleships to the Pacific, so that, I think that would be the best way of doing things. Sage of Irrelevance asks, could you rank all battleships that served in World War II on a tier list based on how good looking you subjectively think they are? I could do that, but I have a feeling that will be a little bit of an off-the-wall Friday video because, well, there's a lot of battleships. So we would be here a while if we did it here, but I'll file that under my Friday video ideas. Yokosuka Girls Marine High School Training Vessel Harakaze asked, Drac, you have in the past answered a number of questions on where shells would land if they were fired from ships or land positions where they're currently sighted. I would like to change this occasional Drydock favourite slightly, excuse me, and ask you to take 3 ships, your choice of which, photographed either while still under construction or fitted out, and assume that their guns are operational and fired. Where would they have landed shots? Okay, right, I'm definitely filing that one under to be done later, because I'm not going to sit here boring you with lots of angle calculations while you wait. But yeah, ships not usually launch with their guns, but there's certainly pictures of ships fitting out that could be quite interesting. Although most of the pictures of ships fitting out, the guns tend to be at rest, so the shells aren't going to go very far. But we can see. I don't know quite how those two ended up in the alternate history, but there you go. Marlin Stout asks, suppose that after World War II, the US Navy actually makes a plan to preserve ships as museums and wants to ensure that the ships are kept for the purpose of adequately preserving the history of its development of each type. For example, suppose they decide to keep Enterprise, because, well, it's Enterprise, Saratoga, because she's the last American converted carrier left, and therefore which of the 4 Essexes currently maintained would likely be replaced by these? And likewise, which of the surviving Standards would you keep? And which Iowa would have to give way to an older battleship? Ooh, that's a way to make me enemies with the US museum ship community. Let's see. Okay, carrier wise, sorry, that's I'm just going to mute that. Right. Okay, so carrier-wise, we're keeping Enterprise and Saratoga. So we have Intrepid, Yorktown, Hornet, and Lexington. Which of those are we going to get rid of? And I suppose then substitute in. Okay, I think we will put Saratoga in place of Intrepid. And then that gives us a bit of a problem because the remaining 3, Yorktown, Lexington, and Hornet, they are all namesakes of ships that were sunk earlier in the war. I think it would come down to a coin toss between Lexington and Hornet. I think on that basis it would be very narrow, but maybe swapping Enterprise out for Hornet. And yeah, so we're keeping Lexington and Yorktown. I think I definitely want to keep Yorktown. Your mileage may vary on whether Lexington or Hornet get swapped out for Enterprise, but I'm just thinking that Enterprise based in San Francisco might do a little bit better than Enterprise based in Corpus Christi. And which of the surviving standards do you keep? Ooh, that's a loaded question. I mean, I like the New Mexicos personally, but let's be honest, the New Mexico of the standards, the New Mexicos don't have, you know, the most ostentatious battle records. I'd be tempted to, I mean, much as keeping Pennsylvania because she's the sister ship for Arizona is a little bit of a temptation. I think if I had to pick a standard, I would probably keep West Virginia. But that would be obviously because she has obviously the most dramatic story in terms of a Pearl Harbor sinking at Restoration and Recovery. Then she's very heavily modified. As for which Iowa you get rid of, I have a feeling you'd actually be, unfortunately, looking at sacrificing one of the earlier fast battleships, because the Iowas are in the position they are because, of course, they were in either the active fleet or the reserve fleet right up until within living memory for most people who are listening to this. So I don't think the US is going to drop one of those to keep, let's say, West Virginia around. They might drop one of the South Dakotas or the North Carolinas. The question is then, which one of those do you drop? And, well, there's only one North Carolina preserved, which means that, for fairness, you have to go for one of the two South Dakotas. And at that point, I don't think I could choose. I think it would be a coin toss. I mean, having West Virginia instead would be really cool, but do you want to drop Massachusetts, or which has Casablanca to its name, or do you want to drop Alabama, which would, well, it would deprive the US South Coast of a namesake capital ship, even if they get West Virginia instead. I think that would be a bit of a coin toss there. 22NF2 asks, in a hypothetical scenario of Mount Vesuvius doing a second Pompeii scale eruption in 4041, how would it affect the naval war in the Mediterranean in general and the Regia Marina specifically? Would the Royal Navy be able to capitalize on the chaos in any way? Let me just remind myself of where Mount Vesuvius actually is. Because, of course, the thing is with Vesuvius, the devastation is very significant, but it's also relatively limited. Okay, so Vesuvius is just south of Naples. Oh, yeah, I would not like to be Naples if Vesuvius kicks off. The thing is, okay, well, it's a little bit north of Salerno. That's going to make landings in Salerno later on a little bit interesting. But I think, broadly speaking, from a naval perspective, it's not going to wipe out any major Italian naval bases and the like. But the sheer scale of destruction you're probably going to get in Naples might make Mussolini think twice about declaring war on anybody and everybody, because he's going to need to redirect resources to, basically do disaster control. If it happens once he's declared war, again, he's going to have to redirect resources to do damage control. But I have a feeling that there's a limited amount the Regia Marina can actually do in the event of a Vesuvian eruption. I think the single biggest impact would probably be, depending on the timing, he may not send the Italian army off into their various misadventures in Greece and so forth, because he needs the manpower at home to help deal with the destruction. So yeah, I think that's going to be, outside of the the few days that the volcano erupts, it's going to be more of a army impact than a land impact. And then similarly, the second part of his question, how would the Japanese Navy in Abda be affected if Mount Tambora exploded the way it did in 1815, except in 1942? Did Tambora go off in 1815? Oh yes, apparently it did. I mean, that's much more likely to have a very, very significant effect. I'm just trying to see if there was a... if there was a tsunami. Okay, so there's a moderate tsunami. Based on the location, it's going to send any naval ships in the area running for cover, and of course any land campaigns are going to be severely messed up. I think there just wouldn't be any battles in the very beginning of 1942, because if you've got a Tambora grade eruption going on, everybody's going to be scrambling to get the heck out of the way and then very carefully poke their way in through the Sea of Pumice. So it essentially, I think, puts the naval campaign on hold for a couple of months in the beginning of 1942. Maybe people try and skirt around it or something like that, which net is technically a slight advantage for the Allies, because it gives ABDA Command a chance to come up with something vaguely resembling actual organization, and it checks the Japanese advance, because, well, as we know, when it comes to the Pacific campaign, any delay to the Japanese is automatically a good thing for the Allies, because the Allies aren't on the offensive, they're on the defensive, therefore delays favor them. Knight 6831 pointing out the strength of Vesuvius eruption. Yes, it was a very energetic eruption, but it didn't really go very far, relatively speaking, compared to some. It's going to absolutely devastate the immediate area, but it's not like it's going to take out Rome or something like that. Yeah, Rob Smith, I ran out of Iron Brew. Scott Jennings asks, imagine for a moment that in the mid-1930s, an eccentric industrialist with more money and engineering genius than common sense decides to create a modern take on the Great Eastern. Based on how the original Great Eastern compared to her contemporaries, what would a 1930s era Great Eastern 2 look like? What would she be capable of, and what would end up happening to her? Oh boy. Okay, so I'll just pull up some figures. Right, so Great Eastern at the time of her construction is about 32,000 tons, and she's built in the late 1850s, so we're looking at last stage first-rate ships of the line as our comparison point. So let's take, for example, the Duke of Wellington. So that's around 6,000 tons, so just over 5 times the displacement. And then if we go to the mid-1930s, so our treaty limit is 35,000 tons. So what's just over 35,000 tons multiplied by, let's say, 5.2? That's an ocean liner that would displace about 180,000 tons. Yeah, that's a lot of tons. I don't even know if we've built a ship that big. Let's have a look. Okay, apparently the really big stuff, the really big oil tankers displace more when they are fully loaded. But yeah, I don't think we've ever actually built a non-oil tanker. Let's have a bit of a look. Yeah, no one cares about bulk carriers. But passenger ships. Stupid things are all measured in gross tons. Okay, right. No, that's interesting. So the largest cruise ships, or the largest liners at the moment, the actual displacement is only a bit over 100,000 tons. So, yeah, you're talking about a Great Eastern 2 passenger liner that would be about 80% larger than the absolute biggest cruise liners today. Or, yeah, again, 70 to 80% larger than a Ford class carrier. The container ships and the tankers, I think they displace less empty but more when fully loaded, because they're essentially just big shells. But yeah, that would be an absolutely monstrous ship. I mean, what would she look like? I mean, imagine the SS United, well, not the SS United States, that's a bit later, but the Normandy or the Queen Mary, some hybrid of that, except on a massive scale, probably with half a dozen funnels. What would happen to her? I mean, if you've got a 180,000 ton ocean liner at the start of World War II, she basically can only possibly have two fates. Either she's drafted in as a troop transport, at which point something that size is going to easily be moving entire divisions very comfortably. Or if the US gets their hands on her, they might try and turn her into the world's biggest aircraft carrier. You know, someone might look at the Doolittle raid and go, but what if we could do that just normally? And yeah, build a carrier big enough to put medium bombers on as a legitimate air group. That would be quite funny. I mean, heck, at that point you might even get some of the better performance strategic bombers off.
Someone is at the front door.
No, they're not. Go away. Rob Smith asks, three great and often overlooked, landlocked but ardently seafaring countries decide to cooperate and build a set of three identical ships. The countries concerned are Bolivia, Luxembourg and Liechtenstein. Oh boy. The question is, what kind of ship would they build? Where would said ships be based? And what would be their World War II alignment? Well, technically speaking, Bolivia could build a ship, because they could put it on Lake Titicaca, which, yes, it's not sea. Well, yeah, it's a lake. It's not the sea. It's not the ocean. But it's big enough to sail a decent-sized ship around in. Luxembourg and Liechtenstein, unfortunately, are a bit too small for that. And since both Luxembourg and Liechtenstein would be historically taken over by the Axis, they are probably not going to be too friendly to the Axis. But they're also not hugely wealthy. So if they have to all be identical, I would say probably a small destroyer, something on the lines of 800 to 1,000 tons. And yeah, that would make a useful little patrol ship to go menace Peru with, if the Bolivians build it on Lake Titicaca. Luxembourg and Liechtenstein will probably come with work out some basing deal with France and probably base them on the French west coast for whatever reason that they're building them. I suppose theoretically the Bolivians could go cap in hand to the Peruvians and ask them for some sea access in a way that they kind of have done in the modern era. But historically, Bolivia just about got in at the last minute on the Allied side. So yeah, you'd probably end up with a trio of very bizarrely random small coastal destroyers, which would be, at least in the first two cases, available around about, as part of the free navies, around about the time that the Germans invade Europe, and their third sister ship would show up right towards the end. But Bone Meal saying Liechtenstein stayed neutral under Swiss protection. I didn't know that. I knew at least one of them had been taken over by the Axis, but there you go. This is why I'm a naval historian, not a land one, and Liechtenstein is very much land. Paul Goyne asks, had Japanese warships in 1942 been equipped with radar that was as good as that the Allies possessed, might they have won the Guadalcanal campaign? And if they had, how different do you think the course of the Pacific War might have been? I don't know if they would have won the Guadalcanal campaign, but they certainly would have made it a very much closer competition. I mean, radar's not going to win them the first Battle of Savo Island any harder than they already did, but they might then turn some of the subsequent surface actions into more decisive victories, particularly if some of the Japanese outrider ships spot Callahan's column coming in, so that they can take them under fire or long-range long lance attack before Callahan's ships get too close to Hie and Kirishima. The really interesting thing would be, when Admiral Lee with South Dakota and Washington take on the Japanese, because on the one hand, if the Japanese know that they're out there, they can lock onto them and open fire sooner, but at the same time they don't have a patch on Washington's gunnery, so Washington can still win the gunfight. It would more depend on whether the Japanese are utilizing the radar to launch long-range torpedo salvos. But the thing is, even if the Japanese win pretty much all the surface engagements, they're not hiding at night because of, and i.e. not sailing during the day because of American surface ships. They're sailing at night and hiding during the day because of American air power. And while having equivalent radar would let them see the Cactus Air Force coming, it doesn't improve their anti-aircraft batteries. And this is in an era that's a bit too early for radar-directed anti-aircraft fire control. And similarly with the aircraft carrier battles, being able to see the American raids arriving just a little bit sooner, I don't think it's going to help them as much as having decent tactics would. So it would certainly make it a much longer, much more drawn out affair, because they would be able to exploit more surface actions that become victories for them to get more supplies in. But ultimately it is a game of air power, unless they can exploit their surface victories enough to get multiple bombardments of Henderson Field in to shut down the Cactus Air Force, which maybe, but unless they can do that, ultimately they're still going to lose Guadalcanal. Mike Lima says, supposing that Adalbert Schneider decided to immigrate to the US post-World War I, so he's the gunnery officer on Bismarck, how terrifying would it be if he became chief gunnery officer on USS Washington while she was flagship of Vice Admiral Lee? I mean, that would be terrifying. I mean, Washington's gunnery crew were exceptionally good, but then you put a natural prodigy like Schneider in charge of the gunnery office, and can you get more good? If so, then yes. And then what if he moved to Britain and became the senior gunnery officer on HMS Warspite during the Second World War? That would be absolutely hilarious. Because, well, Warspite's gunnery was pretty good in most of her engagements, and of course she has that long-range hit at Calabria. But with someone like Schneider on board, I mean, obviously you've got to make allowances for the guns and the fire control systems and so forth as well. But assuming that he gives them, like a +2 to gunnery, essentially speaking, then maybe Giulio Cesare cops 2 or 3 15-inch shells at Calabria instead of just the one. And maybe that might be enough to slow her down to take out to take her out with the ships that are following up. Who knows? But yeah, I mean, putting someone as skilled as Schneider in charge of either Washington or Warspite's gunnery is it's going to make things a lot worse for the Axis. William Timothy Murray asks, as someone who was involved with schools and libraries for several decades, I began to wonder if you, i.e. Drac, were to design a secondary school course on world naval history for kids, say 12 to 15 years old, there would be 30 to 40 minutes a day, so one lesson, 5 days a week plus homework, and last for 5 months. How would you go about doing it? For example, would you design it in chronological order? Would you divide it into various topical aspects of naval history? And how would you seek to make it comprehensible and enjoyable to young students and manageable for their teacher? Well, I mean, 12 to 15, there's quite a difference in how I would go about it, because at age 12, I think I would still be going for at least some what you might call interactive elements, like, you know, building a crude model of a Viking longship, stuff like that. Whereas at 15, they might not be into that quite so much. But in a broad outline, I think probably what I would do is, okay, I've got 5 months. I would then divide it up into 5 periods. So I think you'd have ancient, medieval, early age of sail, so kind of like Tudor and early Anglo-Dutch Wars period, late age of sail, actually no, because then I'm running out of periods for 5 months. Okay, I do instead scratch that. So do ancient, medieval, age of sail, age of iron and steam, and then age of steel. Because there's no really huge amount of point teaching them about the really, really modern stuff for obvious reasons. So each of those categories would have a 1 month period. And then, assuming that we have 4 weeks per month, I would, for the first week, go over kind of an outline of naval historical developments during that period. In the second week, I would go over some specific incidents, so battles, breakthroughs, famous people, etc. In the third week, I would then go over how everything that you've just covered has some kind of influence or effect on the modern day. So kind of a lessons learned kind of thing. And then in the fourth week, I think I would probably do a kind of, how would you change things? How would you do things? Like what do you think people should have done differently? So not necessarily quite an alternate history, but a kind of, you know, if you were Henry VIII, would you have built the Navy, the Royal Navy up as much as you did? Or, you know, how would you go about organising the Holy League for the Battle of Lepanto? How would you design your first ironclad ship in 1860? That kind of stuff. And that would be the general pattern, and then you just repeat it for the next month, for the next period. Rodney McCoy. That's the question I've already answered. Mike Lima asks, you are given a menu to improve the Royal Navy and Commonwealth Navies effective January 39 unless otherwise stated. You can select 3 of the 6 following options. Choose wisely. Option 1. All R-class are immediately converted into Vanguard circa 1944 design. All QEs are fully modernised and are now capable of 28 knots. Repulse gets upgraded to Renown standard, and Hood gets an engine overhaul and 1940 fire control and radar. Option 2. The 3 Courageous class, as well as Argus, Hermes and Eagle, are all transformed into Ark Royal class carriers with an air wing of 18 Seafires, 24 Avengers and 24 Dauntless. Option 3. A team of crack commandos will help the Royal Navy steal any 2 Axis warships you choose at any point between 1939 and 1944. They will teleport the ships into Scapa Flow in January 1939. Additionally, Hood is modernised with 4.5-inch secondaries and the latest British radar circa 41. Option 4. Britain, Canada and Australia each get 2 G3s, 6 Edinburgh-class cruisers and 20 Tribal-class destroyers armed with 4.5-inch dual-purpose guns, plus all the additional manpower and spare parts needed to operate the ships for the duration of the war. New Zealand gets an F3 class and 4 Tribals with similar resources. Option 5, the Royal Navy and each Commonwealth Navy gets £1 billion of extra funding, free of Treasury control, every year from 35 to 39. And option 6, the Royal Navy gets a magical map showing all German warships and U-boats in the North Atlantic in real time, as well as a 2020 textbook of the historical outcomes of World War II. Okay, I'm going to eliminate the £1 billion of extra funding one, purely because a lot of that is going to go unutilized, because you're going to hit the build capacity of the dockyards a lot sooner than you are going to hit your spending cap, unfortunately. No, this... Okay, much as it pains me, I'm going to also eliminate the first option, because although having 5 Vanguards circa 1944, 5 fully modernised Queen Elizabeths capable of 28 knots and Repulse and Hood being upgraded is extremely tempting, it is purely capital ship heavy, and there are 2 capital ship options. The other option, Britain, Canada and Australia each get 2 G3s. Now that only gives me 6 G3s compared to all the modernizations in the first option, but I still have the R-class, etc. So I can keep the R-class on convoy escort duty, and presumably these are somewhat modernized G3s. 6 G3s in addition to the existing Royal Navy fleet is going to be extremely nice. And I think more to the point on top of that is that we're now also getting 18 additional Edinburgh type light cruisers and 64 Tribal class destroyers with 4.5-inch guns and an F3. So I've got 7 capital ships, but I'm massively increasing the Royal Navy's cruiser and destroyer forces. So I'm going to have to go with that one over the capital ship heavy option. I mean, the magical map showing all the German warships and U-boats, that's an obvious one. We absolutely need that. I don't think the 2020 textbook is actually going to be very useful, because with these kind of resources and the magical map, the war's going to take a very different turn very quickly. So that leaves our choice of the team of crack commandos and 6 Ark Royals. And at that point, as much as I would absolutely love to just steal both Bismarcks or both Yamatos, it would be absolutely hilarious. I'm going to go with the 6 Ark Royals, because honestly, you know, if I've increased the Royal Navy's strength by having, well, at that point, 7 Ark Royals and the Illustriouses, plus I've got Seafires, Avengers and Dauntlesses in 1939, and I've added 7 fast battleships and 18 cruisers and 64 destroyers and a magical map showing me what the Germans are up to, I don't need to steal 2 Axis capital ships. I'm going to have blown more than 2 Axis capital ships out of the water very quickly. And that is a bit painful, because I kind of like the first, you know, Ars to Vanguard option and the stealing option, but yeah, that's actually a really good set of options. I had to sacrifice some things I would have really liked. Captain G.D. Kalmbach of the FCN Polaris asks, the year is 1931, and as the decadent Western countries wallow in their capitalist Great Depression, Premier Joseph Stalin is industrializing and strengthening the Soviet Union. He has selected you, Comrade Alexei Drakinovich, to offer advice on the sort of navy that this great new nation should have. Your guidelines are it should contribute meaningfully to national defense, demonstrate national prestige, and be within the current or near future industrial capabilities. Oh dear. Foreign design assistance is acceptable, but ideally ships should be constructed domestically. What advice do you give? Comrade Stalin, I desperately need a TB4 bomber and enough fuel to get me to Britain. No, don't ask any questions. Yeah, it was all going well until the has to be within the current or near future Soviet industrial capability. I'm going to get shot. I mean, if we're going to be realistic and we don't want a repeat of the Sovietsky Soyuz program and, you know, the whole, oops, we built a ship with a bunch of substandard rivets, I guess we're going to have to scrap it. Then I think if I'm starting in 1931, well, let's face it, the Italians will sell me any ship design expertise I possibly want. So, and obviously that's where you get things like Tashkent. So what I would probably argue for is get rid of, or plan to get rid of, the really terrible fleet of existing Soviet destroyers and go to the Italians and go, right, I want a Tashkent-alike, or Tashkent period, as my destroyer flotilla leaders, but I also want a smaller 12 to 1400 ton displacement destroyer, which is going to be my main destroyer. Because the Italians should be pretty good at coming up with something like that. Basically, it's a coastal defense and Baltic destroyer, probably Black Sea as well. The Tashkent's kind of my, if I need to go on foreign expeditions, back up my small ship stuff. And also tell them, look, you can afford to be a little bit, not finesse the design too much, because ultimately these are going to have to be replicable in Soviet shipyards. The Soviet shipyards might still screw up building them, but they're less likely to screw up building small destroyers than they are anything else. So that would be step one. And then while we're getting the shipyards some experience in, how to build ships non-terribly, then find whoever wants to put 7.1 inch guns on the Kirovs and shoot them. And again, try and get the Italians on board with designing me an actually decent light cruiser and a heavy cruiser on the same kind of basis of, we're going to have, let's say, 4 ship squadrons of cruisers, and 3 of them are going to be light cruisers. 1 of them is going to be a heavy cruiser as a flagship. Yes, I know it doesn't make a tremendous amount of sense from a naval perspective, but it does make an awful lot of sense from Soviet prestige perspectives. And then say we're going to build, I don't know, 6 of the heavy types, so 2 for each fleet. And then what would we need? We'd need 18 of the light types, so we can have 2 squadrons of 3 to go with each heavy cruiser in each fleet. And just don't build battleships for the minute. If anything, try and persuade the Italians to part company with one of the battle cruiser designs they came up with in the early 30s, and suggest that maybe, considering we have large fleets of destroyers and fast modern cruisers, maybe we head up each fleet, so Baltic, Black Sea, Pacific, with a battle cruiser or 2 as the fast ship to keep up with them all. Ideally 2, so you have at least one in commission at any time. That would be my advice, and then I'd run very, very fast for a country that doesn't shoot you randomly because you happen to have a modicum of education. Fleet of Ocean's asking, well, why not seaplane tenders? I mean, honestly, the Baltic and the Black Sea, I should have air cover from land. I know you're probably not going to, but yeah, given that we're trying to re-educate the Soviet shipyards in how to build ships, I'm not going to hold my breath on trying to get them to build anything that operates aircraft as well. TST 1987 asks, what would happen if the Japanese had just gone ahead with their invasion of Midway Atoll right after the Battle of Midway, particularly given Nimitz's directive to preserve their aircraft carriers at all costs, even at the expense of losing Midway? So what orders would be given to Midway? Hold off the Japanese for at least the amount of time needed to restock Enterprise and Hornet with new aircraft, aircrew, and sail in with Saratoga in a relief effort, or withdraw the carriers and make Midway a new Alamo? Well, Midway still has aircraft to defend itself with, to a certain extent. So I have a feeling that, given that you could get Enterprise and Hornet at full speed back to Pearl Harbor pretty darn quickly, I think if the Japanese, for whatever reason, had decided, yeah, we're just going to go after Midway anyway, my instinct at that point would be, assuming my intel is telling me that they're going to do this, it's going to take them a couple of days to get their invasion fleet sorted and, onto the beaches. I would actually keep Hornet and Enterprise, because they have this kind of mixed force of Hornet, Yorktown and Enterprise planes around. If they've got the fuel for it, I would actually keep them and reposition them to the east of Midway, using Midway's aircraft only to scout the incoming Japanese force. And then, of course, once they're in sight, they can just radio that in. The Japanese don't have any air cover left, so the Midway aircraft should have plenty of fun disrupting and bombing and torpedoing the Japanese ships. And it will also deceive the Japanese into thinking that either the US carriers and the Japanese carriers have mutually annihilated each other, or the US carriers have withdrawn. And then just when the Japanese are kind of locked in because they have to support their initial landings, that's when you send in one final strike from Enterprise and Hornet's Midway period air groups, flying over Midway, guided in by Midway Island's defenders, hammer the Japanese invasion force really hard, fly back to the carriers, then the carriers withdraw at high speed to Pearl, where they can meet up with Saratoga. And then, because then that gives you options, because the Japanese defenses, the Japanese invasion fleet is going to be reeling. That gives the Midway's defenders a much greater chance of holding out for a few more days. And as I said, it does give you options of potentially, if you absolutely need to, sending in Saratoga immediately, independent of Enterprise and Hornet, or doing a really quick restock, rearm, find as many aircrew as you possibly can, and send all three out, and hopefully come back and hit them just as the Japanese invasion fleet has finally sorted itself out from the last time you hit them. And then you can hit them with multiple waves of attack over another couple of days. Hopefully Midway's held out. Basically use Midway as the anvil and the carriers as the hammer to just slowly grind them into submission, because basically the Japanese will either have to stick in place and go, okay, we're just going to take hit after hit after hit after hit with no air cover and try and press the offensive against Midway, or at some point they're going to have to break off, which means either abandoning a bunch of troops on or around Midway, or still taking hit after hit after hit and not having much of anything to show for it except for an ignominious retreat. So yeah, not a good idea for the Japanese. Probably why Yamamoto didn't do it. HMS Vanguard 46 asks, what is your favourite starship? Just curious. I don't know if it counts as a starship per se because it's really small, but I really, really like the Puddle Jumper from Stargate SG-1. Other than that, it would be a competition between either the Galaxy class Enterprise D, my specific Odyssey formula capital ship from Star Trek Online, or starships I really, really like, or an Omega class destroyer from Babylon 5. Hamilcar Barker asks, in June of 1942, in a fit of sanity, the Japanese switch the Zuiho with the northern carriers Rougeau and Junio in the invasion group. Could a counterattack take out one or two of the pursuing US carriers? This is for a scenario that he's running for a club in September. Assuming a dawn strike on Midway and the US attacks take place as they historically did. Okay, so basically the Japanese surface support force has the questionable capabilities of Rougeau and also Junio. Could a counterattack take out one or two of the pursuing US carriers? Well, Spruance didn't really pursue per se, except for when Megami and Mikuma were eventually reported and sighted. But in principle, I guess this is a halfway house between the previous question and what happened historically. You know, would Yamamoto press in with Rougeau and Junio's air groups? He might. He shouldn't, but he might, given that, of course, the Japanese aircraft thought that they'd taken out more than one US carrier. So if he thinks that maybe there's only one US carrier left, and that with a diminished air group, he might try and push things, thinking that between them Rougeau, Junio, and maybe any handful of survivors from the Kiributai might have the air group strength to finish off the last US carrier. I don't think it would go very well, though, because the whole reason that Megami and Mikuma got hit in the first place was partly thanks to intel interceptions telling Spruance to go have a look for them, even though they misidentified exactly what the ships were. That's the intel reports. And as you see, when they hit Megami and Mikuma, they still had a reasonable air group left. So, I mean, could they take them out? In theory, if the US somehow completely misses the presence of them, then yeah, they've probably got enough aircraft to down Hornet or Enterprise. But more realistically, US intel is going to go, hey, there's a couple of small Japanese carriers coming after you. And then the force they send after Megami and Mikuma, historically, gets sent after Rougeau and Junio, and the Japanese are probably down 2 more carriers by the end of the battle. Jeffrey Conley asks, if the design studies or blueprints for the K3 battle cruisers suddenly vanish and end up in America in 1914, and Congress let the US Navy build a couple, what kind of changes could you see the US Navy making to the design, and could you see them being modernized and serving through into World War II? So, hello. K2 and K3, so they're over 50,000 tons, 30 knots, 8 or 9 18-inch guns. Yeah, there's no way the US is not keeping these around for for World War II. Oh, hello. Hello. Yeah. We have a visitor. Come on. Up. Up. Whee! Say hello. Look. People. Well, you can't see people. But, yeah. People on the screen. It's you! It's you on the screen. What do you say? Oh, you found things. Mm-hmm. She's confused by the camera and the bright light. Yeah, you're saying good night to everyone. She can see herself on the screen and it's very confusing. Do you want to go back down to Mama? Yeah? Okay. Oh, you dropped a thing. There you go. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh, yes, you dropped things over here. I'll put you over there so you can pick up the things. There you go. Right. There we go. Right. Okay. So. Yes. Oh, thank you. Oh, well done. That's okay. Right. So where were we? K3s, K3 battle cruisers. Yeah. I mean, apart from having to adapt for technologies that they don't actually have at the time, like small tube boilers and so forth, given the US obsession with turboelectric drive, they might try and make them turboelectric, but then that's going to probably negatively affect all their characteristics. So I think apart from maybe switching out the secondary battery to US 5-inch guns, they're probably going to keep the design pretty much as is. I mean, it's faster, it's bigger, it's more heavily protected than almost any. Well, it's just flat out better, unsurprisingly, than what's around at the time. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, apart from changing the secondary batteries and maybe the bridge structure, the US is definitely keeping them around. It's obviously going to set off a whole load of butterflies when you get everyone else trying to respond to them. But, I mean, they're 13 or 18-inch fast battleships that tip the scales at over 50,000 tons. What World War II is going to look like, who knows? Because if everyone else is building to match that, the fleets and the naval treaties are going to be completely skewed from what we understand them to be. Right. Let's get my keyboard back. Why is the camera following me? That's disturbing. I didn't turn that feature on. Okay, I'm going to turn that tracking feature off. There we go. Right, where were we? Okay, next question. Edward Olson asks, let's check the lighting levels are all sufficient. Actually, it's gone a bit darker. Let me just kick up the ISO factor a little bit. There we go. That's better. Edward Olson asks, had PQ-17 not scattered and Tirpitz sailed into attack, how would the fight between Tirpitz, Washington and Duke of York have gone? At this point in the war, how much experience would the US and British captains have faith in each other's navies, and would differing doctrines cause issues? Okay, well, if we assume that it is a straight up capital ship fight, because realistically it's going to be the big cruiser force that was in the close escort, plus destroyers, plus the escort for the battleships, etc., all going after Tirpitz and, well, her relatively meagre escort. But if we assume, just hand wave away all of that and potential carrier interference as well, and we just put a straight up Tirpitz versus Washington and Duke of York fight, At that point, I think the US and British captains are going to be quite happy to rely on each other. I mean, in the early stages of BQ-17, the US and British captains got on pretty well, so I don't see any reason why that wouldn't extend to this engagement. But what I potentially could see as kind of a quickly pre-agreed tactic would essentially be a similar tactic to what Rodney and King George V did to Bismarck, but for slightly different reasons, i.e. rather than go in together like Hood and Prince of Wales did, split up and come in from different angles, because it forces Tirpitz to split her fire a lot more. You know, if she wants to switch fire from one to the other, it's going to involve a whole lot more calculations than just slightly shifting fire. It also is going to give rather more distinct salvo patterns, so it's going to avoid, or mostly avoid, hopefully, confusion. It multiplies allied chances, because obviously two different sets of light levels, two different sets of wind and sea conditions, at least one of them might be good. And it also means that as long as they are attacking at roughly the same time, any particular doctrinal tactical differences between the two aren't going to matter quite so much, because, well, they're essentially kind of doing a pair of 1v1 engagements, just keeping an eye out for the splashes of the other, which actually multiplies Tirpitz's problems even more, because it's not even a case of there are two ships coming at me following similar tactics, how do I fight both at once? It's going to be there are two ships coming at me from different directions, and they're not acting in any way, shape or form similar to each other than the fact they're shooting at me. And that could lead to some big problems for Tirpitz. I think if it was down to me, or perhaps down to a quick discussion between the captains, they might conclude that as Duke of York has the heavier armour of the two, that maybe she should draw Tirpitz's attention and then let Washington come kind of, you know, coming in with a flying haymaker of 16-inch shells. But that's the kind of, relatively speaking, minor tactical decision that, you know, could go either way. So, I mean, at that point, well, Tirpitz is being ganged up on by two modern fast battleships with radar and good fire control. She's probably not going to last very long, although she might get a few hits in of her own, but probably almost certainly not fast enough to save her. People pointing out if Admiral Lee is on board, yeah. Venom Geek Media asking, why does Drax sound like a tech priest? That'd be because thanks to random microphone malfunctions and me missing a cable, I've had to resort to using my little DJI Mic Mini plugged into the back of the computer instead of anything else. So that's something I've got to remedy going forward. We're almost there. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 more Patreon questions, and then we're on to the super chats. I notice we've also got a few new Sloop members, so hello. Randy Topeka asks, in the aftermath of the various fleet problems of the 1930s, if the US Navy never fully grasps the intense threat posed by carrier aircraft to their ships and immediately focuses on development and if the US Navy fully grasps the intense threat posed by carrier aircraft to their ships and focuses development on and refits on anti-aircraft weapons for their ships, and as a result in 1941 their ships carry the same anti-aircraft armaments they do in 1944 with radar and VT shells, I mean, that'd be a good feat, but okay. Combined with competently trained crews, what effect does this have on the attack on Pearl Harbor? Oh, are you still tracking me? Yeah, so sorry, combined with competently trained crews, what effect does this have on the attack on Pearl Harbor and onward throughout the war? And what if the effect of better naval anti-aircraft, if the effect is profound, does this extend the reign of the battleships? So, it probably doesn't have a massive impact on the effects of the attack on Pearl Harbor on the US fleet, mostly because a good chunk of the damage was done fairly early on, before the crews were up and at their action stations and blazing away. What it will do is, as US anti-aircraft gunners do get to their positions, it will dramatically increase the casualties that the Japanese are suffering in the latter stages of the attack, so fewer air crews around, etc. The interesting will be how many do they lose, and what effect does that then have on, for example, the air groups of Shokaku and Zuikaku, or the air groups of the Kido Butai generally, because that could affect their effectiveness at Operation C. It's going to affect their capabilities at Coral Sea. It's going to affect their capabilities at Midway. And every time they encounter American ships going forward, Coral Sea and Midway particularly, they're going to lose historically more aircraft than they do. So while it's probably not going to change the entire course of the war as far as early to mid-1942 is concerned, by the time you get to, say, the Guadalcanal campaign, rather than facing a Japanese Navy that still has some fairly experienced flyers but is hurting for... It's beginning to hurt for experienced aircrew, but it's that's somewhat helped by the fact they have fewer carriers to put them on. By the time of the Guadalcanal campaign, you'll probably be looking at a near total wipeout and rebuild of the Japanese Navy's air groups, which of course means that at the Battle of Santa Cruz Islands and the Battle of the Eastern Solomons, they're going to be much less effective than they were historically, and more of them are going to get shot down. So it's going to accelerate the collapse of the Japanese carrier arm and its air groups. Probably, by the time of Philippine Sea, they had a few veterans left, but an awful lot of inexperienced pilots. They're probably going to end up in a Philippine Sea style situation, but maybe by late 42, early 43, where they're going to have more flight deck capacity than they actually have reasonably experienced aircrew. Admiral von Valkenhayn asks, as a long-time sailor and avid history fan, I was really impressed with your 3-part series on the Battle of Jutland. Thank you very much. And spoiler alert, the supercut of the Battle of Jutland is coming hopefully next week as the Fun Friday. It's about 3 hours long, so you've got it all in one place. And no, I won't be touching the originals. They'll still be there if you want to watch those. Now, a thought popped into my head, and that was Admiral Jellicoe's turn to port from his sailing columns to line of battle. Was that just blind luck that he happened to go in the right direction, or were there factors suggesting his turn? As I understand it, Beatty hadn't given him any real position updates, and if such a move was just luck or various circumstances contributed to it, could you theorize of what might have happened if he turned to starboard? So it was basically Jellicoe's tactical judgment. He did have a handful of reports from the light cruiser squadrons. Beatty himself, as you said, is not really doing his job properly. But from the light cruisers, and then from where Beatty had roughly shown up and the course he was shaping, Jellicoe was given some idea of roughly that from his perspective, that the German fleet might be going from right to left, i.e. from west to east. But he has to make his decision very, very quickly and very soon. So essentially he's got a few very, very slight points of data that suggest that maybe the Germans are going more east than they are west. Therefore, he needs to deploy the battle line to his port rather than to his starboard. And yeah, he's basically making the absolute best of some very, very, very minimal information. So it's a bit more than blind luck, but not a huge amount. However, if he'd gone to starboard, what could have happened? There's there's two possibilities for that, because of course Beatty is coming up. Now that would mean either Beatty is forced to duck behind the Grand Fleet to avoid collision, or Beatty is forced to cut down the face of the Grand Fleet the way he did historically, but he's cutting past it a lot faster because the Grand Fleet's going in the opposite direction. The 5th Battle Squadron, arriving a little bit later, then probably become the head of the line. And there's enough of the Grand Fleet that they'll probably still take the leading elements of the High Seas Fleet under fire, but probably with the tail end of the Grand Fleet. And that's going to put everyone in a bit of a weird position, because theoretically then, Scheer, if he pressed on and maybe turned his fleet north, if we assume that Beatty has gone across the face of the Grand Fleet, Scheer might be in a position to try and push Beatty back and go round the back of the Grand Fleet. But equally, I mean, it depends on exactly what course Jellicoe is shaping. Is he going, southwest? Is he going south by southwest? Is he going west by southwest? But if he was going more south than west, the thing is he would be in roughly a similar position for taking on the High Seas Fleet, namely that he'd be rushing down, so you wouldn't have prolonged engagements against any individual ship because they're going to be passing each other at a relatively high speed. But it would mean that the 5th Battle Squadron, now at the head of the Grand Fleet, is rapidly approaching the Nassaus, the Helgolands and the pre-dreadnoughts, the weakest element of the High Seas Fleet, which means that Jellicoe also has the opportunity to double around the tail of the High Seas Fleet, and Jellicoe has a much bigger battle line, so he can do that sooner than Scheer can do it to him, which puts Scheer in a bit of a awkward bind, because Scheer can't do the battle turn away, because if he does the battle turn away he's going straight into the Grand Fleet. If he presses on, then almost certainly the Helgolands, Nassaus and the pre-dreadnoughts are going to just get doubled up by the Grand Fleet as it goes around them, and they'll get wiped out. But Scheer has a very clear line of escape, probably beating up Beatty's battle cruisers on the way by heading out to the east. Or Scheer could try and take the Kaisers, the Koenigs and maybe first scouting group around the tail end of the Grand Fleet and try to harass and partially double the tail end of the Grand Fleet, and hope that he can take out a number of British capital ships in revenge while Jellicoe heads up, the eastern side of his fleet with the Queen Elizabeth and so forth, or potentially catches him out. But it's all going to depend on how the lighting and the smoke and the wind conditions favour everyone. So, that's, in theory, could have gone a lot better for the British by essentially cutting off Scheer's main way of escaping. But it also could have gone potentially a lot worse, given that you're going to be talking about two very high speed relative to each other fleets as they pass each other. At that point, the German torpedo attack with their torpedo boats, for example, if the Grand Fleet's destroyers aren't quick enough to repel it, could have some much more devastating effects, because Jellicoe pulling away would be a really difficult decision, because if he pulls away, he gives away his chance to double the High Seas Fleet, but doesn't stop Scheer from doubling his tail. So at that point, he has to make a decision. Does he turn into it? Does he keep going? What happens? So it could go very, very well for the British, or it could go particularly badly. Camino John asks, it's the year 1700 and the great ship timber shortage has occurred in England 120 years early. There are no sizable oaks left on the English or Irish lands, and imports from other European sources are questionable. Everything splits now into two possible timelines. First one, what sort of actions could England take in terms of ships constructed and location of yards? Would they take a page out of Spain's playbook and build shipyards in North America? And how would they treat the colonies? And two, the small timber system is invented out of necessity. What impact does this have on ships constructed, and how does this interplay with battles and conflicts with Spain, France and Denmark? Okay, so in the latter case, the small timber system allows, actually even necessitates, the kinds of reforms you see with the Seppings and Simmons systems, which gives you the opportunity for bigger, stronger warships earlier, which weirdly enough is in Britain's favour, although they may not last quite as long in terms of aging out and so forth. Of course, in either case, they're going to have to do a massive oak replanting effort, although hilariously enough, they're probably going to get those maturing just around the time when they don't need them anymore. And of course, it's going to motivate recycling of old ships a lot more, stealing enemy ships, perhaps going out and taking colonies where good growth timber could be found. But obviously the immediate term there'll be a shortage of ships, which could affect British foreign policy for a while. Going back to the first system, or the first timeline, would they take a page out of Spain's playbook and build shipyards in North America? The biggest problem they're going to have is that, yes, there's plenty of resources in the States, or what was going to become the United States, the 13 colonies at the time, but there's nowhere near the manpower. So I think you could see one of two things happening in that timeline. Firstly, yeah, they might just go, okay, stuff it, we're turning Boston and Philadelphia and New York into the equivalent of the Havana shipyards, and we're just going to churn out warships using the timber found on the East Coast of what will eventually become the United States, possibly. The other thing they might try and do, because of course that means not just exporting large numbers of people to work and manage the forest, you also have to export a good chunk of your skilled shipbuilders and a massive labour force to build the shipyards, because again, there's not that many people in the States at this point. But the other way that you might do it would be to actually you'd still have to export workers to the forest, but then ship the timbers back to the UK yards, which could actually be done. It's been done on rivers quite a lot, but even at sea it was occasionally done, where you would roughly knock together a ship and fill it full of wood as much as possible, and then sail it across the ocean, and then when it arrives, the ship is as much cargo as the cargo. So you take the ship apart, reuse its timbers and all the timbers internally. So you create essentially a massive timber trade across the Atlantic. I have a feeling you probably end up with a combination of the two, because you've got all this infrastructure in the UK. You don't want to necessarily let it go to rack and ruin. So you'd probably end up with some reused and timber and small timber in the UK, plus exported timber from the US, but also see a very rapid growth of major shipyards on the eastern American coastline, which, once it's now a major strategic asset, I mean, yeah, that is probably going to lead to a very different way of viewing the colonies. The flip side, of course, to that is that with a large number of British workers and so forth being rapidly exported to work the forests and so forth, it's also probably going to change the demographics and their loyalties somewhat. So it might very well delay the onset of the American War of Independence. Don't know by how long, but it might very well delay it, because if the colony is that much more important an asset, it might become a much more a kind of Western UK rather than just those people over the other side of the ocean. Down to our last 4 questions before Super Chats. Mike Lima, 777, asks, it's 1930. First London Naval Treaty is ratified, but adds 5,000 tonnes to capital ship displacement limits and 40,000 tonnes to overall total tonnage. However, it's explicitly stated that it will be the only London Naval Treaty. The Treasury and its Commonwealth counterparts are bribed with enough money inflow to tolerate future British military spending at 150% above historical levels for the next 25 years. Likewise, Congress is given enough revenue and incentives to do the same. How might they use the additional spending, and how would they prepare for the treaty's expiration in 1936? Okay, so we're not getting Second London, and we're now looking at 40,000 tons and 16-inch guns as the new limit. Well, I think both the US and the UK would be rather happy with that, because both of their designers would pretty much be saying, yeah, we can get a balanced 16-inch design on 40,000 tons. I mean, that's essentially the Lion class. So they're going to, instead of building the King George V, they're going to basically start with the Lions in the UK. And I mean, it'd be interesting that they're not going to have a direct analog in the US to start with, because of course the North Carolinas are designed to be armoured against their own 14-inch armament, quickly converted to 16-inch guns, so it's not going to be those. The Iowas are too big for the 40,000 ton limit, and the South Dakotas prove that you can just about get a 16-inch ship on 35,000 tons if you're prepared to make some compromises, but they don't have to make some compromises in this case. So maybe you end up with something that looks a bit like a South Dakota, but lengthened to the size of a North Carolina, and that is the US's first capital ship. Now, if they've got much more funding starting in 1930, then certainly the British can afford to keep some yards open instead of forcibly closing them, which might give them a bit more shipbuilding capability. They can also start investing in armour and gun foundries a lot sooner to try and improve the number of ships, particularly capital ships, they can build per year. But I think you've got the rather interesting thing of, you can build a 40,000 ton 16-inch balanced design, but if the treaty expires in 1936, then so do all the limits. So I think probably what they're going to spend a lot of the early 1930s doing is lining up designs for their more ideal, given the extra money they've got, their more ideal destroyers and cruisers. So for Britain, that's probably, you know, Edinburgh subclass town variants, probably the L, M and N type destroyers, probably throw a couple more aircraft carriers into the mix, and, you know, more subs, more of everything generally. But the really interesting thing is going to be, are they going to try and notionally stick to 40,000 tons and 16-inch guns, even though there isn't any treaty left enforcing that, and hope that everyone else does the same? Or are they just going to roll the ball out on 45 and 50,000 ton designs? I mean, that's a really interesting one. If it was First London and it's going to last as long as the Washington Treaty, i.e. a decade, but they then get to build stuff starting in 35, 36, then it obviously would be, you know, long South Dakota and Lions being built. I mean, I have a feeling, given the restrictions on various yards, as well as, you know, the number you can build versus the size, I have a feeling the US and Royal Navies might stick to roughly 40,000 tons and 16-inch guns going forward, at least for a while. I mean, the Japanese are planning on breaking everything anyway, so probably doesn't really affect their building that much. But, you know, things that you will not see being built will probably be things like the Crown Colony class. And, well, for that matter, even the Yorktowns might be very different, because they know that the weight restrictions are coming off, so they're probably going to go more for their 27,000 ton carriers designs rather than the 19-20,000 ton Yorktowns. So basically everything gets bigger and more of them. Alternate historian Turtleduck: you've theorised what the Pacific War would be like if the Mark 14 torpedo actually worked, but what about the opposite? How would the war be affected if the faults with the Mark 14 and its derivatives were never corrected during the war? Well, I mean, on the surface, it makes the US submarine campaign far less capable. But realistically, if the Mark 14's problems are never corrected, you're probably going to have near mutinies on your hands from the US sub forces. Because given how angry some of the US sub captains were with how much they were being ignored, in a context of they eventually did start to get some fixes, you may very well start facing some circumstances where US sub captains are threatening not to even sail because they're just being ignored or being sent out with useless weapons. So you might end up with a situation where the US is forced to abandon the Mark 14 entirely and adopt somebody else's torpedo, probably a British torpedo, instead, just to get their subs out there, which isn't necessarily a bad thing because, well, yeah, much as the Mark 14 when fixed was a decent enough torpedo, the British had some pretty good torpedoes themselves. Knight 6831 says that the Crown Colony class will be built just bigger as they take over from the C&D class. I don't think so, honestly, because the Crown Colonies are basically the British going, can we fit a town class's armament into 8,000 tons, because that's what the new treaty restriction says. If they don't have the treaty restriction to worry about, they'll just build more Edinburghs. So, yeah, they'll take over from the C&D class, but they'll take over from the C&D class with more Edinburghs, because that's a town class armament on a decent hull that can actually support it. And also, incidentally, you might see them pull up the scheme that they thought about briefly, which was basically the Edinburgh subclass, but with twin 8s instead of 666s as a heavy cruiser counterpart. And then our final alternate history question from the Patreon list, Class A Cornate asks, on New Year's Day 1936, the Japanese fleet loses its capital ships and heavy cruisers, presumed down the back of the sofa, and gains a force of 2 Nagatos, 2 Tosas, 3 Amagis, 2 Keys, the 2 Yamatos under construction, Hosho, a carrier conversion of an Ibuki class armoured cruiser, Rugio, Soryu, and under construction Hiryu, and the 2 Shikakus under construction. Okay, so we're eliminating Akagi and Kaga from the carrier force in exchange for a bunch more surface capital ships. The Furutakas in their original configuration, the Albas, 5 Miyokos, 3 Takaus, 2 more building, their World War I era light cruisers and 4 Oganos building. And aside from what's building, there's nothing else planned, no designs around, including the Shadow Carrier scheme. The destroyers and subs will stay the same. Does this prolong or speed up the Pacific War because of having more 16-inch gun capital ships but fewer carriers and cruisers? Ooh, I would... I would say it speeds up the Pacific War, because if you don't have Akagi and Kaga, then, well, that's 2/3 of the Kita Butai out. Oh, no, 1/3 of the Kita Butai out, and even more experienced air groups, which means the Pearl Harbor attack is going to be less effective. Now, admittedly, the Pearl Harbor attack doesn't affect the US carrier force at all anyway. So, essentially, you've got the Japanese with a smaller carrier force against a US force that's their carrier strength isn't going to be affected much at all. Now, of course, the Japanese are going to dominate surface actions quite easily with that kind of force. Nagatos, Tosas, Amagis, and Keys running around. But they have much less air cover and much less ability, therefore, to counter US carrier strikes, which means that... Oh, for flip's sake.
Someone is at the front door.
No, they're not. Go away. It just keeps randomly doing this for no reason. Where was that? Yeah, so, I mean, ABDA Command is hosed with that many capital ships. But then the Japanese just don't have the carrier resilience. So the US probably has 1 or 2 more carriers around by mid-42. The Japanese are either not going to risk Midway or lose it even harder because, well, fewer ships. At which point they've got a big surface fleet, so say come Guadalcanal, they can absolutely dominate the night even more than they historically did, but they're very rapidly going to run out of answers to the US air power. And then by the time you get round to the end of 42, and then going into 43, the Japanese might be the ones who are pretty much out of carriers. So they have got this really, really powerful surface fleet, which, if the Americans are dumb enough to take their surface fleet and try and engage them, will be a bit of a problem. But nothing's forcing the Americans to do so. So the Americans can just play keep away, hit them with carrier aircraft, and just build more carriers in the background, and then come in 43 and just go, okay, well, you over there, you can do your thing, and we'll be over here, and we'll throw Avengers at you till you go away. And that brings us to the end of the Patreon questions. So now I'm going to take a very quick drink and also find where Fleet of Oceans has very happily for me been tabulating the super chats. So time for the super chat answers. Hendog1000 asks, Admiral swap. We're going with 2 US admirals today. We're swapping Spruance at Philippine Sea for Halsey at Santa Cruz and vice versa. Okay. You know, that might not be a terrible swap, actually. Because Spruance at Santa Cruz, he can win Santa Cruz. It does play to his strengths. He may come out of it with slightly more intact shipping, which is obviously good for the US going forward. But honestly, I think probably you've got a very similar outcome with Spruance at Santa Cruz than Halsey at Santa Cruz. As I said, just the US fleet might have a few less scrapes. The thing is, although Spruance made the correct decision with the information he had on hand at Philippine Sea to protect the landings, and I'm not going to take that away from him. It was absolutely the right decision given what he had together. In hindsight, knowing what we know about the actual strength of Japanese carriers and their air groups and their coordination and everything, the aggressive approach that Mitchell was pushing for, that Halsey would wholeheartedly embrace, could actually do quite a lot more damage to the Japanese at Philippine Sea. Now, of course, Shikaku and Taiho are going down anyway because of the US subs, but they might, if they pursue the sort of Mitchell advocated aggressive course, they might get, they might manage to pick off Zuikaku and some of the other Japanese carriers, thus massively reducing Japanese carrier strength going forward. The only potential downside to that is that if Ozawa manages to bait Halsey into charging him down, while Ozawa's fleet might get absolutely hammered, it might draw enough of the US ships away from Saipan that the aircraft on Guam, rather than going for Halsey's fleet, the aircraft on Guam might go after the Saipan invasion force pretty much unguarded. So yeah, Philippine Sea could go very, very well for the US. It really depends what the Guam aircraft do. But, and I say Spruance at Santa Cruz, he'll probably pull the US out of it with a little bit more of an intact fleet. Class A Cornate asks, what was the worst ironclad that could actually stay afloat? And he says, it better not be Hosh. No, to be fair, Hosh could actually move around and shoot things. If we're excluding, obviously, things like Captain that didn't stay afloat, then I think it's a little bit of a grab bag, but I would say you're probably looking at either the early attempts at armoured frigates and or some of the more questionable wooden ship to ironclad conversions, because they both ended up sitting in this slightly awkward area of really being a little bit too small to support meaningful armour and meaningful armament, and actually capable of going anywhere at any great speed. And so, you know, they weren't even really second line combatants. They were used as such for a bit, but they were more kind of, at best, glorified guard ships. Yeah, so I would say them largely on the basis of they're just not effective at doing anything. I mean, Hosh, for all her faults, could at least sail out vaguely into some kind of fleet battle and shoot a few things, whereas those other ships really couldn't. W. Osterberg pointing out USS Galena. Yeah, okay, I'll give you that one, albeit I barely count Galena as an ironclad at all. But yeah, if we're going to go with so bad they shouldn't even be ironclads, Galena's, you know, pretty top of the tree there. I was thinking more in terms of actual true capital ships, but there you go. Bone Meal Boy says, what about those Victorian coastal defence ironclads like the worst half sisters of Cerberus? Again, they're not brilliant, but they do actually have a function, even if it's only harbour defence. The main thing I have against the smaller wooden ship of the line conversions and the armoured frigates is that they don't really have any use. They're too big and too expensive to really be economic guard ships, and they're also not any real use at sea either. And yeah, and of course the less said about Galena the better. So Classic Cornet also asks, what if Dreadnought came out like a mini Nelson with an all or nothing, all forward, no turtleback? How does that affect Royal Navy development? I mean, what's she's going to possibly end up even looking like Tone? Because I mean, if it's Nelson with 3 super firing forward, then she's only got 6 guns, which isn't a huge improvement over the Lord Nelsons. If it's a mini Nelson as in triple 12s, which is possible, so you've basically got Dreadnought as a 3 triple 12s, all forward, all or nothing armor scheme, and no turtleback deck. I mean, that's going to be a very efficient design. I mean, the Royal Navy will probably just run with it. I think it'd be really interesting to see how everybody else reacts to that. Because you have, obviously, Dreadnought with 3 centerline turrets and 2 wing turrets. But the Germans can't do that initially because of their machinery's spaces, which is why they have the hexagonal layout. The US is a bit ahead on super firing development, so they can do the 2-4-2 super firing pairs on the South Carolinas. I think the US doesn't have all that much reason initially to change its layout. The Germans can't change their layout. So you'd probably be looking maybe 2 or 3 classes down the line, and if the British are continuing with their mini Nelson all forward arc, before anyone's going to start making adaptations to potentially match them. Now, of course, it takes a lot to persuade the Americans to go for a triple turret. They only even adopt a partial triple armament with the Nevadas. But I suppose they could be persuaded to put more effort into a triple turret if the British have done so, because then instead of having 12 guns in 6 twins, they could go with 12 guns in 4 triples, which saves on length, which was going to be quite attractive to them. I think the Germans might stay roughly the way they did, because I mean the Germans still have wing turrets all the way up to the Kaisers. It's only with the Königs that they go all centerline. But in terms of it affecting Royal Navy development, well, I mean, if it's an efficient design and it's going to appeal to Fisher, because hey, we're charging forward, why do we need rear firing guns? They might just stick with that idea, that layout going forward. You know, Bellerophons and St. Vincent's, even the latter stages, they're just like, okay, well, 12-inch 50s instead of 12-inch 45s. We've got 9-gun salvo forward. We don't really need to worry about much else. So pretty much all 12-inch Royal Navy ships just end up all looking like mini Nelsons. And then, well, expand the design slightly. You get a 9-salvo 13.5-inch ship. Yeah, at that point, it's an efficient enough design. You might as well just keep doing it, you know. Mini Nelson with 12-inch guns, mini Nelson with 13.5-inch guns, not so mini Nelson with 15-inch guns. You know, just keep on going. And it actually even makes the battle cruiser element fairly easy, because if, okay, we want a battle cruiser, that's fine. Make the triples into twins, and or maybe do 2 twins and a triple or something like that, and use the extra space for machinery. Make the hull a little bit longer. This is why I like the all-forward design. It's weirdly homogeneous. John Thomas asks, in John Wayne's In Harm's Way, loosely based on the... was John Wayne's In Harm's Way loosely based on the Guadalcanal and Solomon's campaign? In the far future, a unified Earth is building a space armada. Each country names... Oh. Okay, I think this is 2 questions put into one. Okay, in terms of In Harm's Way, I don't know, because I haven't seen it. But the second part, in the far future, unified Earth is building a space armada. Each country names ships. What 5 historical names would be UK ships if they're naming battleships? Well, if it's a united Earth, then they probably can't go with names that are very specific to the UK, like, you know, Nelson, for example, or Queen Elizabeth. But they could go for qualities and other historical factors. So, I mean, let's see. Vanguard definitely could be a name, which is basically going back through the Royal Navy's capital. So Vanguard definitely could. Hood is British specific. Renown and Repulse both could be. King George V, Prince of Wales, Howe, Duke of York. So no, none of the King George V names would be possible. You could have Valiant and Warspite from the Queen Elizabeth. They could definitely work. Revenge, yes. Not so much Royal Sovereign Ramillies or Royal Oak. Resolution could work. So I think from that they might take a running theme of sort of very bold quality. So Resolution, Valiant, Renown, Vanguard, and probably throw Warspite in just for the historical value. People saying Dreadnought. Well, maybe. The thing is, Dreadnought has been a historically British name. It's not quite as restricted to the British as something like Nelson or Rodney, but there aren't that many other nations that have had a name equivalent to Dreadnought, whereas if you're looking for something like Valiant or Renown or something like that, there have been approximate linguistic equivalents across other places. Enterprise is going to be a US name. Classic Cornet asks, which Hispanic food do you like best? Well, if by Hispanic you mean South American, empanadas, empanadas, closely followed by churros or buñuelos, but no, empanadas, absolutely. When my mum made empanadas, between me and my three brothers, she'd make 2 big trays of empanadas, and they'd barely get a chance to cool before the entire lot was gone. She had to actually make a specific rule that, you know, there would be 2 boxes for the empanadas, and one of them would be for her and my dad, because she knew if she didn't put one aside for her and my dad, by the time my dad got home from work, there wouldn't be any left. Classic Cornet's on a bit of a roll. What are the top 5 ostentatious Royal Navy battleship names? I think pretty much you kind of go to the Victorian era ironclads. So Devastation and Thunderer are certainly up there. Sansparai, I think, probably is also up there, although it does take a little bit more of an educated guess to figure out what's going on with that, because Sansparai literally means without equal. Dreadnought obviously fears nothing also. I mean, Dreadnought has a long history, but there was a ironclad Dreadnought as well. You almost got Fury, but that became Dreadnought. Invincible wasn't a... well, it was a battle cruiser. They do have a few capital ship Invincibles. Yeah, 5th place is a real grab bag. You could go for a lot of different things. You know, Majestic, Goliath, that sort of stuff. And then what is your favourite medieval melee weapon? Ooh, medieval melee weapon. I bet you some people are thinking I'm going to go, but I want to learn the longsword. No, actually, my favourite medieval melee weapon of all the weapons I've used in reenactment and HEMA, my personal favourite is actually Hungarian sabres from the 12th, 13th century, especially when paired. And yes, I do dual wield them at times. They're just beautifully light, beautifully fast, and at least the pair that I've got are really nicely balanced. I mean, I do like quite a wide variety of medieval melee weapons, but if you were going to, you know, throw me into a tournament and say you're going up against anything except for maybe big pole weapons, choose your melee weapons to take, paired Hungarian sabres, and I'm there. Classic Cornet asks, what would a 1905 Tillman HMS Dreadnought look like? You said HMS Hood is a little bit too far, but what could perhaps realistically be done? Okay, 1905 Tillman HMS Dreadnought. You are still going to be limited to 12-inch guns because the 13.5-inch and 14-inch guns are still under development at that stage. So unless you're willing to wait for them, you know, if you're going to speed build in 1905 and you want a modern gun, you're pretty much restricted to 12-inch. We know Vickers does have a 12-inch triple turret design, so okay, 12-inch triples. And then tonnage wise, you could maybe look at the really big ocean liners for size to figure out, you know, what could be built. I mean, let's just take an Olympic class ocean liner, because that's it's pretty big, but we're talking about something that's okay. It's just over 50,000 tons. And about 880 feet long, give or take a little bit, compared to Dreadnought, which is, well, around about 20,000 tons fully loaded, a bit over, and just 527 feet long. So what's that? We're talking about another 250 feet and what, 2.5 times the displacement with triples. So at that point, I could imagine maybe Fisher going for the Dreadnought design option that they looked at, that basically looked like an Atlanta with triple stack super firing fore and aft. Basically, imagine that, but probably also with a triple turret on each wing. So that would be what, 8 triple 12-inch, one on each wing, and 2 sets of triple super firing stacks fore and aft. And, well, probably 1905 pre-gear turbines, probably hit about 25, 26 knots or so. Terrifying. Hilarious. Because, I mean, you're talking about, what, a 6-7 turret broadside, so that would be literally a 21-gun salute. That would be really, really funny. DKS saying, I thought you might say mace. No, the thing is, in HEMA and reenactment, maces don't get used that much, mostly because there isn't really a way of making a safe mace. Because with the sword, or almost anything else, you make the edge blunt. This has made it safer. A mace is just heavy weight on end of stick. A lot of historical maces were fairly blunt anyway, so having a blunt mace is just, well, you have a mace. And yeah, blunt force trauma, not fun. Yeah, I don't know. Robson's talking about Hungarian Sabre. Let me just check if I don't know if I can actually call up the approach. Yeah, so because if you Google Hungarian Sabre, most of the results are a little bit later. They've got a sort of a somewhat larger crossguard. They're more of a, if you like, true medieval Hungarian Sabre. Okay, so if you want an idea of the Hungarian sabres that I use, if you want an idea of what they look like, I'm just trying to find a easily Googleable result. Okay, the 10th century Hungarian sabre by Wolflund is very similar to what I've got, but a little bit more curved. No, sorry, it's a bit straighter. My ones are a bit more curved. I mean, I'd go and get them, but they're downstairs. Yeah, searching by century doesn't really help. Ah, yeah, that's better. Okay. Yes, that's much better. Okay, so if you search Magyar sabre, that's a lot more like what my sabres look like. Relatively small guard, but oh so quick. Alternate historian Turtle Ducks says make mace head out of rubber. You could do, but I mean, that might work in reenactment if you spray painted it silver. In HEMA, it would just get chewed up very quickly, and I mean, generally, it would just get chewed up very quickly. Yeah, even in reenactment, because if it hits the edge of somebody's armour, it's going to get sliced and diced. Now, where were we? K-Wolf X asks, was the Arthur Conan Doyle story Danger being the log of Captain John Sirius one inspiration for unrestricted submarine warfare, or a post hoc justification by Admiral Tirpitz and von Capel? Honestly, I don't know. So K-Wolf X, if... Actually, I will record that myself in the little record I've got going here, where I've also got Harikaze's question. I'm going to go back, I'm going to go and have a look at that, because unfortunately I can't give you an answer now because I haven't read that story. But I can go and have a look and then tell you what I find. Yes, Jacob W5570, that is how you spell it. Crack Muppet asks, if you replace the Franco-Spanish fleet at Trafalgar with World War II Flower-class ships, how many are needed to decisively score a win? Also, they have no radio or radar because of random solar flares. If you want to be comfortable about the win, I'm gonna go with 8, I think, because you've got Nelson's 2 columns. So if you put 4 Flower class waiting for them, that means you've got 4 4-inch guns, which can be fired pretty quickly, and combined can, you know, put a lot of high explosive, which can cause a lot of fires, into the incoming British columns, and, you know, set ships on fire, make them blow up, cripple them essentially. And it also means you've got between them quite a few automatic weapons, orlikans and pom-poms, to rake the decks to, you know, keep the crews down and suppress them. And of course the Flower class are fast enough, they can just essentially kite at that point. So I think that would be what you'd need for concentration of fire to meaningfully put down the ships of the line without running at risk of running out of ammo. That would be your main problem, is actually running out of ammo. The other thing you could do is use your considerable speed advantage, especially given the light winds. Once you've perhaps got rid of the first rates and you've got a scattering of third rates maybe trying to come around them, that's when you could maybe sail closer under covering fire, kick out a bunch of depth charges on longish fuses in the path of the sailing ships, and then hightail it out of the way. Because, I mean, the morale effect, even if you don't score a direct quote-unquote hit, the morale effect of, you know, big depth charges going off all around them is probably going to make the rest of the fleet break and run. Mike Lima asks, what if all delegates at the Washington Naval Treaty had food poisoning and you get to rewrite the treaty however you like? You get full immunity. Interesting. Now, my instinct is to bump tonnage limits up a little bit. The problem I can foresee, though, is that much as when everyone said, okay, 10,000 tons and 8-inch guns for cruisers, everyone then built 10,000 tons and 8-inch guns. I would put, okay, this is what I would do. I would put a 2-ship every 2 year building allowance for capital ships, because, you know, obviously going in with hindsight, the long break ruined a lot of gun foundries, shipyards and armour making facilities, which really hampered the ability of the Allies to rearm in the run-up to World War II. So, previously we were talking about people building 8 to 12 ships a year. Okay, we realise that's unrealistic. So the limit we would set would be, for the US and the UK, 2 ships every 2 years. And the Japanese maybe get 1 ship every 2 years instead of 2. And let's say every 6 years they get to build 2. So they basically, on a 6-year cycle, the British and the Americans are building 6 vessels and the Japanese are building 4. Or something close to that. Now that means that you can preserve your capital shipbuilding industry and very slowly replace your existing fleet. But given that you've got quite a lot of ships to get through, I mean, for the British, they're going to have the Iron Dukes, because of the King George V's are basically only there until the Nelsons come into service. But you then got the Iron Dukes, probably then followed by the R-class and Tiger, all of which have to go. So eventually, so you're talking about 11 ships. That is taking into account Nelson Rodney, that puts you into the early to mid 1930s, before you're approaching replacing Renown, Repulse and the Queen Elizabeths. And for the US, at the time starting out, they'd probably want to replace the 12-inch ships first, and then the non-standard 14 inches. And again, they're only going to get kind of into the New Mexicos in the early to mid 1930s. So I think that's a fairly decent allowance. Aircraft carrier allowance, that was actually not terrible. Maybe bump the tonnage up slightly, the overall tonnage, but the actual tonnage restriction's fine. Cruisers, I would actually introduce the heavy light cruiser split there and then. 8-inch and 6-inch cruisers, and actually maybe give an option. So you can have so I'm kind of hybridizing off of the London treaties here, but I would say maybe you can have a certain number of 8-inch cruisers at 10,000 tons, but that's actually based on, you can have a certain number of 10,000 ton cruisers, period. Let's say, for argument's sake, 16, just pulling a random number out. So you can have 16 10,000 ton cruisers. All other cruisers have to be 7 or 8,000 tons, something like that. And the lighter cruisers have to be armed with up to 6-inch guns. You can on your 10,000 tonners with 8-inch guns, but you can also do them with 6-inch guns. And I would also build in a clause maybe that allows for up to 1,000 tons of upgrades to address new threats after 10 years in service for cruisers, much as you've got an upgrade allowance for capital ships, because then that might encourage people to build their hulls a little bit light in order to install something later on, which would then future-proof them for anti-aircraft armament and so forth. For destroyers, I'd probably put maybe a 2,000 ton limit in right from the start. And for submarines, I think I'm going to allow cruiser submarines, but maybe put an overall tonnage limit on submarines generally. So let's say submarines can be up to, again, somewhat arbitrary, let's say submarines can be up to 1,500 tons surface displacement. But much like the cruisers, you can have, let's say, 24 above that up to, say, 3,000 tons surface displacement. So it gives you a limited number of cruiser subs to play with. That would be my fun way of doing it. We're Arkadiusz Rzyński. We're on the super chats, so we're almost at questions from chat, but not quite. We're on the 13th super chat of 26, so we're about halfway through the super chats. So obligatory War of the Worlds question from Fleet of Oceans. A while ago you designed an excellent depiction of what Thunderchild 1897 would actually look like. Yes, and incidentally, again, spoiler alert since you're here, I will, in maybe the next month or two, have a limited print run of actual models of my Thunderchild design available for you fine people to acquire if you want. I'm just experimenting at the moment with my 3D printer settings, because I can print a full resin kit to put together that comes out about this big, which is great, except some of the delicate bits like the gun barrels are very delicate. Or I can do the hull in really fine FDM, which will then come out about that big, and everything else will be in resin, and then hopefully the little 6-inch gun barrels won't break when you look at them. Anyway, now going back to Fleet's actual question, it says, however, I recently reread the book and discovering that the invasion actually takes place sometime in the 1900s, what real Royal Navy ship, assuming the invasion takes place in, say, 1906, 1907, and you can't use Dreadnought, would you then have as a close-in guard vessel in place of the fictional Thunderchild? And could your choice flat out win the fight that Thunderchild lost? I mean, if it's mid-1900s, the thing is, putting a pre-dreadnought like the Jeff Wayne War of the Worlds artwork doesn't really help you that much, because it's not going to be any faster. In fact, it's probably going to be slightly slower than my Thunderchild design. And with the machinery and midships, the heat ray hit that's it, game over. I think maybe a scout cruiser, because it'll be fast. It's got lots of artillery, albeit small, but we establish in the books you don't need massive artillery to take out a tripod. So yeah, maybe a late generation scout cruiser, because let's face it, armor's not going to matter much to the heat ray, but she's a lot faster, so she might get in closer and with a lot of small guns be able to blaze away and go after various tripods. Going to die very quickly when the heat ray comes in, but she might be able to do more damage. Could she flat out win? Probably not. But yeah, the thing is, with the heat ray being able to just obviate armor and wipe out the machinery space, you're basically on a very, very short timer once you make your hostile intent known. Class A Cornate asks, Washington Naval Treaty, but people can only keep pre-dreadnoughts. How does World War II go? Hilariously, because people are going to be very, 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 very stretching the definition of pre-dreadnought. It'd be interesting to see what the treaty says, what it defines as a pre-dreadnought, because you define a pre-dreadnought as can only have 12-inch guns, 2 fore, 2 aft, or is it you can only have 4 main guns in 2 twin turrets, 1 turret fore, 1 turret aft? Because you've got the semi-dreadnoughts like the Lord Nelsons and the Dantons and everything. So, I mean, if you define it as 12-inch guns, 1 twin forward, 1 twin aft, then you're going to get a lot of pre-dreadnoughts proliferating, because, well, why not? And if you define it as you have a main battery gun turret fore and aft and everything else has to be smaller, then I can see people essentially building honestly not dreadnoughts, Gov. They're pre-dreadnoughts because maybe they've got, I don't know, a pair of twin 16-inch turrets and everything else is twin 14s or twin 15s or single 14s or single 15s, something like that. Probably twins at that stage. And almost everyone just building them adapted to very quickly, for fire control purposes, just pull out the two notionally slightly bigger guns and drop in some, pre-existing guns to match everything else. I can see a lot of cheating going on there. Robert Flores asks, I'm looking for information on diesel usage versus speed for World War II warships. The difference between 15 knots, which I assume is a patrol speed, versus 30 knots in combat speed. Drop me a Discord direct message or an email, because somewhere in my digital library I actually have, I think I've got a fuel use chart, which I'm pretty sure is for a Deutschland class. So that might help you. I mean, it's not going to help you specifically with 30 knots, but it'll get you close, 28 knots. And definitely will cover 15 knots. And it'll definitely show you the difference between maximum speed and cruising speed in terms of fuel economy. So yeah, drop me a message. It's just, again, I don't want to spend the next 5-10 minutes rooting around my hard drive and boring everybody else. John Thomas asks, a few weeks ago you misunderstood my question about Midway. I was wondering if there were any Japanese sources as to why they didn't at least do a drive-by attack of Midway returning from Pearl Harbor. I don't know if there's any Japanese sources that specifically say the reason we didn't go after Midway is X. But the Japanese sources that exist for that time period essentially mostly talk about a combination of potential counterstrike by the US fleet, although they're less worried about that, and more about, well, we need fuel. And any kind of diversion heading back could put their fuel status in some jeopardy. So I think it was mostly a kind of, we've gone out there to achieve our objective. If we do anything else on the way back, we potentially could run into fuel shortage issues for some of the fleet. And also, the fleet is wanted back in Japan ASAP for turnaround to go and attack other things. And even a few days delay could cost. That's at least the impression I get from reading selected sections of essentially Shoho. But I don't think anyone actually sits down and goes, well, the reason we didn't specifically go after Midway in a drive-by attack is this, because I don't think anyone really thought about it that much. But there you go. Classic Connate's really on a roll here. He says, God is kind, perfidious Albion for once. Ships that get replaced with another are the Iron Dukes get swapped for the QEs get swapped for N3s, the Rs get swapped out for Nelsons, the Renowns get swapped out for Hoods, Hood becomes a G3, and Vanguard becomes a modernised I3 design, and the King George V's are Super Lions, the 45,000 ton design. How does World War II go? Very badly for the Kriegsmarine. I mean, at that point, your main battle line strength is, well, I mean, flip. Okay, you got one QE for Iron Duke, which basically then becomes a convoy escort ship because it's the weakest thing they've got going. You've got a couple of Hoods, and okay, so yeah, so your battle cruiser force is now made up of a couple of Hoods, a G3 and an I3. That's terrifying. And your battle line is now N3s and Nelsons with Super Lions coming online. Yeah, that's why. I mean, the N3s and Nelsons are not the swiftest, but they will hit like absolute trucks. Your battle cruiser force is, 4 very scary ships, and the Super Lions are just hello. I mean, let's see. If the Renowns are swapped out for Hood, so you've got a Hood instead of Renown at Lofferton. Yeah, that could end badly for the Scharnhorsts, especially if it's it's a Hood that's replaced Renown, and Renown has been upgraded, therefore it's a modernised Hood. The Italian fleet facing mixture of Nelsons and N3s in the Mediterranean, that's not going to be very fun for them. And yes, if Prince of Wales is a Super Lion and Hood is a G3 and a Super Lion up against Bismarck, Denmark Strait's where Bismarck stops. Yeah, the British are going to rejoice quite a lot with this, I think. Although, of course, once they've finished annihilating the Kriegsmarine and Regimariner's surface forces, they're still going to need carriers to go after the Japanese, but there you go. Yeah, Medros or Pajar has noticed there is a new background. Yes, this is my new office. Still working out the lighting setup and so forth for it, but it's much bigger, much more comfortable, and so forth. It's only 15 foot down the corridor from my old office, but I like it. Classe Corne asks, what is keel hauling and is it fatal? So keel hauling in the traditional manner involves, well, depending on how you interpret it, basically you tie your miscreant to ropes, and then either, in one interpretation, you drop them off the bow of the ship and you haul them along the keel to the stern. Obviously, lots of sea life and protruding bits of wood and stuff on the way absolutely wrecks the person. But some people have pointed out that, at least by the classic age of sail, something like HMS Victory, 180 feet long, if you keel hauled someone like that, no matter how fast you pull on those ropes, that person is almost certainly going to have drowned by the time you get to the other end, which makes the whole thing a little pointless as a deterrent punishment. Don't do it again. Well, he's dead, sir. Well, he won't be doing it again then. The other interpretation is basically the same thing, but you drop them off the port or starboard side of the ship and you haul them over the keel and back up the other side. Now, that could be survivable even on a ship of the line in terms of time spent underwater if you can hold your breath, and you're still going to hit a whole bunch of nasty stuff on your way around. Is it fatal? Possibly. It really depends how much luck you have. If you're keel hauled port to starboard and your ship is freshly coppered coming out of port and you're in luck, then you'll get bashed around a bit, bruises, contusions, maybe a concussion, but you should be fine. If you're really unlucky and the ship's covered in barnacles and seaweed and they're pulling on the ropes pretty tightly so you get smacked into the keel on your way around, yeah, very well you could die of blood loss rather rapidly, and everything in between. For someone asking, Fishy asking what are these streams about, basically we have alternate history questions from Patreon, which we do first, and we've gotten through those. Then we go through the super chats that arrive while I was doing that, and we're almost through those. And then, depending on how much time we've got left, we take questions from chat generally. So given that it's 10 to 10 and we're making good progress, there'll probably be a decent amount of time for questions from chat. Classic Cornet also asks, what battle could be won by Ernest Evans as an admiral? Ernest Evans was a surface warfare officer and a very aggressive one, capable of handling his ship very well. So, point to most general surface actions and he'd stand a reasonable chance. The thing you always have to be careful of when it comes to officers like Evans is that, yes, he is a very courageous captain. Yes, he handles his ship very well. However, and obviously his crew is very highly motivated, but at the end of the day, he went into that battle as a captain. and obviously never got a chance to achieve flag rank. So if you want pure aggression with a really loyal, dedicated crew, then a lot of Age of Sail battles he could easily win, assuming that the fleet numbers are even vaguely within reasonable limits. But the further you get into the Age of Iron and the Age of Steam and Steel, things become a whole lot more tactical, you know, things like Jellicoe's deployment decision at Jutland and that kind of stuff. And we just don't know what Evans would have been like as a strategic officer. So, yeah. At that point, it becomes almost unanswerable, because he could be really effective. He could be a really good captain, but a terrible admiral. We don't know, because he never got the chance. J. John asks, there was an older question about early US warplanes having late war rockets. Would TBDs at Midway armed with rockets instead of torpedoes have been effective, and could these penetrate into the hangar? Against the Japanese carriers that were at Midway, big rockets like the Tiny Tim probably, yeah, could get into the hangars and do some nasty damage. Would the TBDs have been effective or more effective than with torpedoes? I think it depends on the squadron, because Enterprise's TBDs did get some torpedoes off at Kaga. They were pretty useless torpedoes, but it indicates they did at least get to launch range. So theoretically, if they were carrying a Tiny Tim or two, they might have landed some direct hits on Kaga, which might have gone well. The problem is a bunch of them were shot out of the air before they got to launch range, and the other torpedo squadrons, as far as I'm aware, if I remember my Shattered's all correctly, they got shot apart well before they got to launch range. And well, a TBD can go a little bit faster if it's not having to fly low and slow to drop a torpedo, but they're not particularly swift craft. So yeah, marginally more effective, but probably not massively. Albeit that, you know, landing one or two Tiny Tim hits, if you happen to land them on the side of the hangar of a Japanese aircraft carrier, could set off some pretty interesting explosions, even with a handful of hits. Classic Cornet asking, is it true you didn't realise how big the US is? To a certain extent, yes. I mean, obviously, when I did my first trip to the US as an adult under my own steam in 2022, I knew roughly how long we were going to have to drive between places on the in the what do we call it, camper van thing, mobile home, whatever it is you want to call it. But I think what I overlooked was that if you're driving 4 or 5 hours here, 4 or 5 hours there, etc., then on the return journey, I don't think I'd quite clocked that if you do multiple trips, as I said, of 4 or 5 hours a piece, if you're trying to come back, like we were trying to get back from Norfolk all the way up to Boston, it's basically a very long day of solid driving if you're very, very lucky. Where I slightly underestimated the size of the US, which I think is partly a problem of map projection sizes, is the east-west travel. Because I'll do it now. So if I pull up Google Maps, switch off satellite view to save generation. So if I pull up a map of the US, well, the Google Maps on Zoom out, and I look at the map of the US, and I look at Europe, on the Google Maps projection, I can kind of look, by eyeballing it, I'm kind of looking at it and going, okay, well, if I take a flight from London to Athens, that looks like I would roughly corresponds to not necessarily a trip entirely across the full width of the continental US, but maybe if I was taking a trip from somewhere around Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina to the west coast, it should be broadly the same. At which point I'd be expecting a trip of maybe 4 hours or so. Except that when you then take the measurements and you do the actual measurements, it turns out that, you know, if I was flying from the east coast to the west coast, roughly from the middle of the east coast to the middle of the west coast, for the US that's about 2,500 miles. Whereas if you're eyeballing it on the map, what looks to be an almost similar distance in Europe is 1,500 miles. So you're talking about almost 1,000 miles difference, which adds, you know, 2-3 hours on a plane. At which point, yeah, the east-west part of the US suddenly seems a whole lot bigger. I mean, and then there's my genius plan of driving essentially from Chicago to the east coast via Muskegon, which yeah, that turns out to be basically a lot of driving. Pegamixel asks, you're put in charge of a task force to find a lost ship. Finding a lost ship or raising a known ship, or both, with unlimited money and time at your disposal and political factors being a non-issue. What ship does your task force go after first? So finding a lost ship or raising a known ship. If I was going to go with finding a lost vessel, i.e. a vessel that's potentially out there but we definitely don't have a wreck for at the moment, or a wreck location, then I would either go with what potentially might be a third NEMI ship, so that the NEMI Museum can actually have a ship in its exhibits, or just to be honest, go into the Black Sea and raise some really old, you know, Phoenician or ancient Greek wreck that's been ridiculously well preserved there. In terms of raising a known wreck, well, you obviously run into the issue of most of the known wrecks are going to be war graves, so there's that moral issue to contend with. But assuming that for whatever reason people decide to hand wave that, I wouldn't want to raise something that's been really severely mauled. So something like Bismarck or Hood or Yamato, etc. You know, they've had either magazine explosions or been absolutely pounded to heck and back. You're basically just going to raise a mangled lump of metal, and B, there's a good chance the whole thing will just fall apart when you try and pick it up. So it'd have to be a known wreck that's in relatively decent physical condition. I mean, it might be interesting to either see if you could pull up Scharnhorst, although that might verge over into the Lost Wrecks, because I don't think Scharnhorst wreck has been located yet. Unfortunately, Ark Royal has split in two. Nagato or Saratoga. Nagato for, yeah, let's pick Nagato out of Bikini Lagoon. Maybe Victoria. Victoria, you know, the vertical wreck, that's would be quite an amusing one to pick up. I don't know what status Lexington is in. Yorktown might be an interesting one. I mean, if you've seen the videos I've done with John Parshall and Seth Paradin, she's in remarkably good condition for the state that she's in, at least as far as can be seen. Yeah, there's a few interesting ones there. Or possibly actually a World War I Blucher. I wouldn't necessarily want to raise World War II Blucher. I think if I was going to raise a World War II German ship, I'd probably want to raise Scharnhorst before Blucher. AIF Infantryman says, I know that anti-flash gear was introduced in the aftermath of Jutland. Who developed it and how? That is going to have to go on my list of things to turn into a Friday video, because one, I need to do a bit of research on it, and two, the answer is actually quite complex and interesting. So I wouldn't want to give a very short, partial and incomplete answer on here. But well done. You've just you've just had an idea pop onto my Friday video list. So yeah, this particular live stream is doing pretty good in that regard. So we've got 3 more super chats, and then we're on to regular chat. Mr. Tagnan asks, I recently discovered the Royal Navy doesn't have a carrier kill to their name. Was there any engagement in World War II where the Royal Navy could have sunk a carrier had things been slightly different? Well, I mean, obviously the Germans and the Italians never had operational carriers. I suppose if things had been slightly different, if the Germans had put more emphasis on building Graf Zeppelin, they might have gotten her into service, at which point potentially the Royal Navy could have gone after Graf Zeppelin and almost certainly would have sunk her in the Second World War. Of course, the one where you need the smallest coin toss change or butterfly wings or whatever to get the Royal Navy carrier kill is either Somerville stays on course during Operation C, or the Albacore manages to make a radio transmission before its radio gets shot out, or it doesn't get its radio shot out. Basically, Somerville and company keep going and run into Carrier Division 2, Hiryu and Soryu, at night, at point blank range, during Operation C. That'll net the Royal Navy 2 easy carrier kills, although depending on whether Somerville decides to launch the Night Strike Swordfish or just barrel in with Warspite, it may very well be a surface action kill rather than an aircraft kill. 2 more super chats to go, Rake, and then we're into normal chat. Safir asks, glad to catch you live for once. Thank you for all the great content. Well, thank you very much, Safir. And then the final super chat thus far. Oh, just seen another one come in. There you go. The second to last super chat from alternate historian Turtleduck. If CSS Alabama won the battle against USS Kearsarge, what would Alabama most likely do until the CSA's surrender in 1865? Would the Alabama have been able to repair, and does the Union have any other warships that could stop her? The Union does have a number of other warships at sea that could be sent after her. If Alabama wins her fight with Kearsarge, she's most likely going to be damaged still. So she would then need to go back in for repairs. She'd probably keep going after Union shipping until one or more additional Union sloops showed up to challenge her, at which point you'd probably get something vaguely resembling a rerun of the Alabama-Kearsarge battle, except this time she probably loses. Or she could do a really sneaky and after repairs, just stay off the Union's, obviously at that time non-existent radar, but basically evade Union warships, keep hitting their commerce, and then end up in the weird situation like 1 or 2 other Confederate raiders did, of still being at sea when the war ends and then having to find somewhere nearby that that's not the Union where she can go and surrender, to try and not immediately get the whole crew executed, because yeah, it was bad enough for the handful of Confederate raider crew who put themselves in third-party hands after, quote-unquote, only predating on Union shipping. If you've got a Confederate ship that actually has flat-out sunk a Union warship, the Union's not going to be very kind to them if they ever try and go back. The super chat that came in is a super chat from Fleet, asking, it would be unappealing for the British to join the Confederacy under almost any circumstances owing to the cause the state is fighting for, but what about Imperial France? Assuming some Trent-affair-like incident with the French, would they actually throw in with the CSA, and then would the British join the US to try and rebalance the conflict? I don't think the British would join in actively with the Union, at least at first, partly because they'd be like, oh, French things to take advantage of while they're distracted. And also there's also a question of what exactly could the French do to help the CSA. I mean, obviously they've got an ocean-going fleet. They can force Confederate ports open and allow trade and supplies to reach them. But unless the French want to start committing major ground forces, all they're doing is turning the American Civil War into a lot more of a meat grinder, because fundamentally the Confederacy will need some way to pay the French for all of this, unless the French want to go bankrupt a second time fighting a war in the United States, which means that, you know, because the Union has more men, more industry, more firepower than the Confederacy, and ultimately the campaign's going to be decided on land, as I say, it just becomes more of a knockdown, drag-out meat grinder, which for the British, you know, they wouldn't really see a need to interfere at that point. They'd just be like, okay, well, a potential competitor who's never been particularly nice to us in the form of the US at this point is grinding itself into oblivion. That's fine with us. And France is bankrupting itself again, supporting the Confederacy. This is also fine with us. You know, never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake and so forth. I think the only time Britain would really start to worry would be if the French went absolutely whole hog, you know, committed every single ship that they could, which they wouldn't do because they'd be worried about the British. But if for some reason the French did commit pretty much the entirety of the Marine Nationale, or La Royale at the time, and sent, you know, a couple of 100,000 French troops over, that might be worrying, because the British wouldn't really want the Union to lose. But at that point, the British probably would at first be like, well, do you want a bunch of favourable trade? And shall we go and nick some French colonies to annoy them? The British wouldn't really want to go full in support. And I don't think necessarily even the Union would want the British on their side, you know, as in, like, you know, redcoats marching alongside the Union troops in the US. They might be a little bit worried about whether or not they'd leave afterwards. But the whole thing would really depend on just how much is France committing to this. Yeah, ZNX, unfortunately we had some mic problems earlier, so I've been forced to switch to this little lapel mic. I will be trying to do better in the next live stream, but there you go. And then Hendog 1000, now the last super chat. Admiral swap number 2, one US and one UK Admiral this time. We're swapping Leyte, Gulf, Halsey and Somerville in the Indian Ocean raid chaos. Oh boy. Somerville Somerville at Leyte Gulf. I don't know how that would go, to be honest, because that's not a situation Somerville ever really faced. I mean, he's a decent enough admiral. He is quite aggressive, but he's not Halsey levels of aggressive. So I think very broadly speaking, if you put Halsey at Somerville at Leyte Gulf, he is going to leave a guard force at the San Bernardino Strait, which means you will get the knockdown, drag out US fast battleships versus Yamato and friends fight that everybody wants. Except Somerville probably won't be there because he will be, having taken some of the carriers off to fight the Battle of Cape Engano. But yeah, you will get your battleship knockdown, drag out fight. Leyte Gulf Halsey in Operation C. Now that's an interesting one because, of course, he has access to the forces that Somerville does, but he knows he's going to be very badly outnumbered. Because if it's Leyte Gulf Halsey, he knows what forces were actually involved in Operation C. So, I mean, I think it depends. Are you taking Halsey with his attitude at Leyte Gulf? In which case, you're probably going to see something vaguely similar to what Somerville did. Or are you taking actual Leyte Gulf Halsey, as in like 1944-45 Halsey that knows what happened in the Indian Ocean raid, in which case he knows the Quito Battalion is at sea, he knows he's extremely badly outnumbered and can't win a day engagement, at which point that might actually be one of the circumstances where Halsey decides that discretion is the better part of valor and falls back, or, and it depends on exactly how much detail Halsey knows. If he knows how close Somerville came to wiping out Hiryu and Soryu, he might hang on purely for that because, well, apart from anything else, can you imagine how much easier the US efforts get if he takes out Hiryu and Soryu before Coral Sea's even fought? So yeah, that's a really interesting one, actually. I wonder if Dr. Clark has anything to say about how he thinks Somerville would do at Leyte Gulf, because he was in the chat somewhere. Right, so close that down. We are now it's gotten even darker, so I need to play around with white balance and so forth a little bit more. Let's see. Do that. Up the ISO a bit more. There we go. It's a little bit brighter again. Right, so right, so now we are on to questions from chat. Let me just drag the window over a little bit so I can see it a bit better. Captain Seafort asks, is the medal bar behind and slightly to your right? So yes, that way. Is that from one of your great uncles? Yes, that is. That is from my great uncle Stephen, the one who was in the army. I think it's just, no, it's not quite hiding. It is just about in view. So there's a full medal bar of 5, and then there's one additional medal that's loose, that is just sitting slightly above the others because, well, when I inherited them, they came mounted on a 5 medal bar, and I don't know anything close to enough about remounting medals to risk taking them off and putting them all on a 6 medal bar, even if something, even if I could find a 6 medal bar, I wouldn't want to risk it myself. Maybe someone could professionally do it, but I'm not dumb enough to do that. Yes, Dr. Clark, you were called. The question is, how do you think Somerville would do if he was swapped over with Halsey in the run-up to the Battle of Leyte Gulf? So essentially, Somerville is left with the situation immediately after Sibuyan Sea. How is Somerville handling that, and is he taking everything up to Cape Engano the way Halsey does, or is he leaving something set behind at San Bernardino Strait? I think the latter, but there you go. Yeah, have fun with this. That one. Admiral 551, can you explain the turret arrangement on the G3s and N3s? Why is there superstructure behind the turret? The superstructure behind the turret is there partly to support secondary battery stuff and also to support the machinery spaces. But if you mean why do you have 2 turrets immediately forward of the bridge superstructure and then one behind it, as opposed to a Nelson style arrangement, it's basically a little bit of a trade-off, trying to get a bit more rear firing firepower, but also allowing all the machinery spaces to be consolidated in one area and all the magazine spaces to be consolidated in another. Plus also it gives a little bit of separation between the between B turret and the amidships turret, which in theory gives them a little bit more survivability if you take a really devastating hit to your front turrets. So yeah, that's the reason for the G3N3 arrangement. Rake asks, do you do consultation stuff on naval books? I'm close to starting one. To a degree, yes. I've offered my opinion on a few naval history books. I've been what they call a reader, i.e. a internal reviewer for a book or two professionally at this point in my career. So, and of course I've written one. So yes, to a certain degree. I mean, it basically depends on how much time and effort do you want me to put in versus how much time and effort I have available. Mark Bass says, when you say Alabama, you have to put emphasis on the BAM. So what? Alabama? Alabama? I don't know. I could try my various US accents, but then I don't want to get digitally lynched. So Dr. Clark, by the way, if people are interested, Dr. Clark is suggesting that Somerville in place of Halsey is definitely going to leave something behind for San Bernardino Strait, but maybe not the full task force 34. Maybe kind of cruisers or destroyers, maybe a battleship or two, and that's about it. Yeah, so I'm basically taking chat questions from roughly where Captain C4 asked the question about the medal bar, because it saves me having to scroll back and getting weird chat freezing artifacts from YouTube. So if you did post a question further back and you want it answered, well, try copy pasting it in now, and we'll see how far we get, because I'm basically governed at the moment by my voice and time, and well, since we started a little bit earlier, time is slightly less important, but not that much less important, because I do need some sleep, but I do have a limited supply of drink. Sketchy Irishman: if the crew of the Graf Spee had seen through the Royal Navy's bluff, do you think they would have had any chance fighting their way out of Uruguay, or was the ship's fate basically already sealed? They potentially could have fought their way out. It would depend very much on, do they have to fight Cumberland? You know, how quickly are they turning this around? And if they do have to fight Cumberland, how quickly can Cumberland get 8-inch hits in compared to how quickly can Graf Spee either shoot Cumberland with 11-inch shells or just skedaddle? That's basically what it's going to turn on, because yeah, she can force her way through Ajax and Achilles with a reasonable degree of certainty. Of course, she can't go that far because of the pre-existing damage. She's not going to really get anywhere meaningful. But if she wants to fight her way out and go down in a blaze of glory somewhere else, it's possible for her to do. I mean, it's also entirely possible that Cumberland might land a couple of good salvos of 8-inch shells and put paid to her there and then, but it's all over the place. Medros Auberjar asks, if the battleship era never ended, which currently unused battleship names could you see the Royal Navy using? Jellicoe, maybe? Probably not Jellicoe. They had the whole Jellicoe BT debate for the King George V, and it's still raw enough. I don't think they'd use them in the immediate post-war period. It's pretty clear from King George V and the Lion class names that we know, so Lion, Temeraire, Thunderer and Conqueror, that they are not doing the kind of R class all with the same name letter. So yeah, given that you've got, well, Lion, Temeraire, Thunderer, Conqueror, you've got a mixture of 19th century names from Trafalgar period, Ironclad period, and well, the to a certain degree the World War One period also with Lion. I don't think they bring Dreadnought back that quickly. Let me think. They're bringing back Temeraire. They could go on a bit of a Greek development streak. Probably bring back Colossus. Audacious they've assigned to a carrier. So they could go with more admirals. Although most of those names have relatively recently been used. They might possibly, given that you've got Renown and Repulse, you might maybe, if they're building the Vanguards, go with additional Vs. Now, Victorious has obviously been used with a carrier. Valiant is still in use. Let's call up the list of Royal Navy ship names, or at least battleship names. There we go. So, what can we look at reusing? Superb's been allocated to a cruiser. Bellerophon's been allocated to a cruiser. Temeraire's been allocated to a Lion class. Vanguard's been allocated. Collingwood, yeah, maybe that. St. Vincent, also a possibility. Neptune's been given to a cruiser. Colossus has been given to a carrier. Hercules has actually notionally been given to a carrier. Orion's a cruiser. Monarch, maybe. Centurion's still around. Audacious is a carrier. Ajax has become a cruiser. Iron Duke's still around. Marlborough, possibly. Benbow. Emperor of India. They may or may not want to upset the Indians, given that they're in the middle of trying to give them independence at that point. Agincourt, definitely a possibility. And then we're into the ships that are either around or very recently around. Battle cruiser names, you could pull a few of those up. A lot of those have already gone to carriers, though. Inflexible, could bring that back. Tiger, already assigned to a cruiser. Princess Royal, could definitely bring back Princess Royal. And then we're all the way back into pre-dreadnoughts. So pre-dreadnoughts, Swiftshire's a cruiser. A lot of these names got reassigned to cruisers at that point. Agamemnon, maybe. They've already got a Nelson, so Lord Nelson is unnecessarily confusing. Commonwealth might be a good one. Britannia, yes. Africa, they wanted to make a multi-class carrier called that. Hibernia, maybe they might do a round robin for, you know, Hibernia, Caledonia, that kind of stuff. That's always a possibility. Venerable, Bulwark, now they're carriers. London's a cruiser. Irresistible, that possibly. Formidable's a carrier, so's Implacable. Vengeance, that could be one of the Vanguards. Albion, well, that would fit with the sort of the other naming convention we talked about before, with maybe Caledonia and so forth. Glory's a carrier. Goliath's a carrier. Ocean's a carrier. Canopus, maybe. Illustrious is a carrier. Hannibal, Caesar, Mars, Jupiter. maybe Mars and Jupiter. Victorious is a carrier, Majestic's a carrier. Magnificent, yeah, could do that. The Royal Sovereigns are all used again in the R's. Yeah, there's actually remarkably few. Conqueror, we know, has already been used in a Lion. Trafalgar, yeah, could bring back Trafalgar. Camperdown. Yeah, and then we're getting into a lot of repeats again. So yeah, I think those would be the ones that have not been used extremely recently, but then could be reused. New reality. When did warships start carrying full machine shops? Pretty much as soon as there was the availability of seaborne machinery. I mean, even if you look at Warrior has a few machines aboard, powered tools to use. So, electricity's at 1880s, 1890s is where you're going to start to see things, electrically powered power tools, bench tools aboard. So, yeah, by the time of the Dreadnought period, some form of machine shop on board is pretty much par for the course. Ooh. And even then I've got a big jump. Joel Montgomery asks, book question. I picked up a random copy of British Warships and Auxiliaries 1952 by Steve Bush. What's your thoughts on these types of list books? Also, that's an impressive book Tower of Doom you have. Yeah, well, the book Tower of Doom there is actually back to back with an identical set of shelves behind it, which then go on to another identical set of shelves behind them. So what you're seeing behind you with 2 shelves, that's actually 6 shelves. And then, and you've got the book Tower of Doom off to the right, which I need to catalogue. And then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more shelves off to this side here. So that's, that's 10 full-size shelves. Oh, and then there's a half shelf back there as well. So anyway, list type books. They can be pretty useful. Very good snapshot of what the Navy has at the time. Gives you a good idea, old stuff, new stuff coming in. As long as it doesn't cost you too much, getting a whole set of them, a loose set, is actually really, really useful. And also, good immediate reference for basic capabilities. Stunned Duck asks, if you could choose any piece of evidence from the Channel time period that's completely lost to us, a damaged ship part, a logbook, a uniquely designed part, or whatever, and magically make it appear before you, what would you pick? Or put another way, what is one thing we can't look at or review that you miss the most? I know exactly what I'm going to be reviving. You see, some bright spark went out and filmed hours of footage of the Battle of Jutland from the Royal Navy side of things. Except water got into the celluloid film and ruined it all. So yeah, if I could choose any one piece of evidence that's lost to us and bring it magically back, several hours of footage of the Battle of Jutland, please. I don't know how good it would be, but come on. It's the biggest battleship engagement of all time. You've got to want actual live footage of that. Tim Schoenberger asks, D.A. Rayners spoke about the installation of indicator loops at Scapa Flow before the war, and Mark Felton had a video mentioning them in the midget sub-attack on Sydney. Were these ever effective? So these are basic magnetic induction loops that go, hey, something big and ferrous has passed over us, and then you look out and it's like, do you see something big and ferrous? No. Okay, that's a submarine. Is it a submarine we're expecting? No. There's an enemy submarine out there somewhere, and it's just gone through that area. That's not good. Were they ever effective? Occasionally. They did give a heads up. Obviously, you then need to send someone out to go and deal with the heads up. But they are quite an extensive and expensive system to install for something that basically says, hey, there's a submarine that's about to do something really, really bad. You better get on it ASAP. And obviously doesn't allow you to track them. So there weren't that many of them. But as I recall, there were a few times where induction loops did give an indication that something was around, which allowed a hunt to begin sooner than it would otherwise have done. Full Arsenal 1886. Why, during all of these naval battles of World War II, is nobody using the armoured conning towers? What's the point if you aren't using them while the shells are flying at you? Occasionally some people did, just not very often. The fundamental problem with conning towers was that by World War II, unless regulations absolutely said someone had to be there, I think most people were fairly aware that being in a conning tower would probably not save you if that conning tower was hit by a main battery shell. It might just make your death more unusual and possibly more painful. And secondly, situational awareness, especially when you could potentially have aircraft involved and so forth, had become even more important in World War II. The other factor, of course, is that in World War II, when you're generally not operating with a big fleet, so you don't have other people doing the spotting for you, so it might very well be your bridge crew that's doing a lot of the spotting for your ship. And yeah, conning towers are many things, but granters of good situational awareness is not one of them. So even if you had some people in armoured conning towers, a lot of the time the decision makers would prefer to be up on either the regular bridge or the open bridge simply because they could see better. And even if it was a night engagement, like when Washington sank Hiroshima, being out on the open bridge or the enclosed bridge meant that you then also had access to things like CIC relatively quickly, which again would give you a much better idea of what was going on than being stuck in a big armoured tube and barely able to see a thing. John Thomas says, if the German shell had exploded, how much damage would have been done to Texas? I presume you mean the shell from the coastal defences that hit them at D-Day? Some, but it wouldn't have... I mean, it didn't get through the main protection, so it would have hurt, but I think Texas would have been able to fight on. I mean, it depends where. Also depends where along its flight path it explodes, because obviously it being a dud, does the fuse cause it to, if it works, does the fuse detonate instantaneously on the outer part of the ship, or where along its path through the ship does it explode? That's going to change how much damage it does, and also how vital that damage is, because you can have a lot of damage to, say, a mess area that isn't really going to affect the ship's ability to fight all that much. You could also have it explode fairly near to a secondary battery gun, and that could potentially do a lot more damage to the ship generally, even if the effect, the actual explosion, is perhaps limited to a much smaller area. Luna Weasel asks, when do you think HMS Belfast will be dry docked next, and what would you expect her underwater condition to be? Ostensibly, well, she was supposed to have been dry docked, except they couldn't do that because of COVID. And so in theory, she could be due dry docking any time, but I think last time I was on board, they were talking about maybe a dry dock towards the end of the decade. In terms of her underwater hull condition, I'd expect it to be in pretty good condition. I mean, the Thames is not the nicest of rivers, but it is still a definitely freshwater river at the position that she's in. And she's been in dry dock within my living memory, so I would suspect her hull condition will probably be okay. I certainly haven't seen or heard any reports of significant leakage down in the bottom of the ship, so I think she'll be okay, but she'll probably need some new hull plating. The Senate asks, would Fury from A Clash of Kings be a practical or effective ship? It's a 400 oar and sail vessel with a deck of Scorpions and a pair of catapults. Well, I'm going to just use your description, because that's all I know about it. Not really. 400 oars, 200 per side. The sheer manpower requirements and the logistics of trying to get that kind of thing moving, yeah, I can't see it happening. I mean, it's vaguely on a scale of some of the really, 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 really big ships that they have supposedly in antiquity. But then a lot of those seem to have been like, hey, we built this thing, it floats, now let's leave it there and never speak of this again. So yeah, effective as a harbour defence ship, probably not going anywhere fast though. Prong Snort, were you ever in the Navy? No. Long story about that. I've told that in person a few times, won't go over it again here, but for various reasons, no, was not in the Navy. Not for lack of trying in my youth though. Just yeah, just think about how likely was the Royal Navy to recruit people with glasses at the very beginning of the 2000s? The answer is turns out not very much. Arkadiusz Ruzinski asks, do you know how much of a science was in terminal ballistics pre-1945? It seems impracticable to put that much research into a shell that will be replaced by a bigger one in the next generation of battleships. There was a fair amount of science behind it. I mean, obviously they didn't have access to modern high-speed cameras and computer software calculation and so forth, but they did do a fair bit of research and development and practical testing of, hey, we, based on our understanding of both practical experiments and formulas we've developed, we've built this new shell with this, different radius head, for example. And now we're going to fire it at a test target and see how it does. Oh, it did this. Either this is in line with our expectations or not. And ultimately, given that they had to know roughly what the armor penetration of the shells they were going to use was going to be at various ranges, they had to have a reasonable understanding of terminal ballistics. Just a bit more, practical trial and error combined with calculation compared to the modern stuff, which is, lots and lots and lots of calculation and so forth and simulation that then just looks for confirmation in practical trials. Michael Pietkowski asks, I just read Ship of Ghosts. It said rooks would have one side of their engines go full reverse to help them turn when under air attack. How often did other ships do this? I think it's going to depend very much on what propulsion system you're using, because, so I'm just going to put my keyboard down. Stay, thank you. Because something like turbo-electric drive or diesel engines, you can put those into full reverse in time to help when you're under air attack. If you're using vertical triple expansion engines or geared steam turbines, the amount of time it's going to take you to put your engine into reverse most of the time, when it becomes relevant, is probably longer than the time it's going to take for the aircraft to actually come and attack you. And obviously also if you then put your engine into full reverse to go one way, you are going to be a bit stuffed if you want to go the other way. And if you just keep turning in circles, you are a bit more of a difficult target, but you have also become a predictable one. So you can do it in certain, you can get engines in reverse reasonably quickly under certain steam turbine setups, but not the majority of them in the circumstances of a full air attack. Apart from anything, getting the propellers to stop and then go the other way is going to take a little bit of time, unless you really, really dislike your your clutch linkage. Gustav, might you ever make a video covering the histories of the Fleet Air Arm or RAF Coastal Command? Yes, potentially. It will probably be a collaboration, but I have talked with Rex of Rex's Hangar in the past of not necessarily doing a full Fleet Air Arm history video, but at least covering some specific elements of the Fleet Air Arm, particularly in regard to whether or not the whole thing about they only wanted single engine fighters with 2 seats in them, that whole thing. I have talked with him about maybe going through the Royal Navy's history and of its not single seat fighters, of its fighters, and then looking at did they actually want just twin seaters, or was that a little bit more of an aberration? What's the history of the development, and so on and so forth. So that's in the works as and when he has time, but we'll see how that goes. Full history of the Fleet Air Arm, yeah, we'll probably do that at some point as well. Might break it up into sections. Maybe the Royal Naval Air Service in World War One and the Fleet Air Arm separately as an interwar thing, and maybe then a World War II thing. Pegamixel asks, apart from wooden vessels in the past for repairs, Yamato, and the breaking of large modern-day vessels, were there any other significant occurrences or plans of intentionally running yourself aground? Okay, I see what you mean. So outside of wooden vessels in the past for careening themselves, Yamato and Tango, and the way they break up modern-day vessels, were there significant occurrences of intentionally running yourself aground? There's Nevada during the Pearl Harbor attack, deliberately putting herself aground so A, she doesn't sink in the channel, and B, she doesn't sink in deeper water. There are the Bolzano is put aground to stop her sinking, although with mixed results. Various other ships try to go aground to stop themselves sinking too badly, again with various mixed results. Some more successful than others. A Norwegian destroyer manages to successfully do so in 1940. So yeah, it's not unknown. It happens with a semi-regular occurrence, but it's usually more of the case of we're sinking, therefore we want to run aground to minimize the effects of that, rather than the kind of the Yamato style, we're running aground to act as a fixed gun emplacement fortress kind of thing. DKS asks, do you think the role of luck is often overlooked when considering if someone is a good or a bad admiral or captain, etc.? For example, the carrier battles of World War II all seem to involve some luck. It can sometimes get overlooked, and luck definitely does play a part in almost every major fleet engagement, but at the same time, a good admiral or captain kind of almost makes their own luck. They set up the circumstances in which a somewhat lucky break can give them great benefits, whereas a bad admiral or captain will end up putting themselves in situations where even a lucky break isn't really going to help them. A bad admiral or captain will get you in a situation where your lucky break is we didn't lose quite as badly as we could, whereas a good admiral or captain will get you in a situation where it's we won like really, really hard, as opposed to just winning more normally. Admiral 511, were there any plans for really big fat battleships like you see in the US tech line in World of Warships? Yeah, so the US, the big like oversized standards that you see in World of Warships are loosely based around the Tillman designs and a few other similar designs. So yes, technically the plans existed. How seriously they were being taken outside of the South Dakota 1920s design, which is big and slow and has 12 16-inch guns, which that was actually under construction. How seriously the rest of them were being taken is debatable. Certainly the Tillmans were more of a paper exercise than an actual we want to build this. Okay, so it's 22:46. I think we'll do another 15 minutes. That'll take us up to about 4. That'll take us up to 4 hours of live streaming, and then I can get to sleep and, well, have a snack before I go to sleep because I haven't really eaten all that much all day. I've just been making videos up here. So I'm going to speed through some of these questions. What is your least favourite name for a ship? Adam Scott asks. Whatever the French one that begins with J is. It's the only word, it's the only ship name that I've seen actually perplex a reasonable number of people who actually speak the language of the nation that ship comes from. Some French people don't have a problem pronouncing it, but I've actually legitimately shown it to half a dozen French people at various points, and they've just gone, what is that even a word? And then I have to show them a history book to show that, yes, actually, someone in the 19th century thought that was a word. Strawberry Fox 162. If USS Wyoming was put into combat with Arkansas in World War II while still having the 5-inch guns from its anti-aircraft training ship conversion, how would it affect the war effort and battles? Not hugely. I mean, it doesn't have... it's in an anti-aircraft role that's outgunned by an Atlanta class, and it's relatively slow. So it's not going to be fleet carrier escort anytime soon. It's not really got a huge amount of firepower for shore bombardment anymore. If anything, if you're going to put it anywhere, maybe pair it with Arkansas for shore bombardment duties, because then it can hang around as a slightly odd additional anti-aircraft escort for the bombardment fleet. But even then, given its size and age and relative firepower, it's a bit of an inefficient use of manpower, because realistically you could do a better job of protecting the fleet by putting the men that you'd need to crew a ship that size onto a couple of Atlantas or Junos and sticking them in instead. It's much better placed acting as a training ship, basically. Dear Bud Guy 8829, did any U-boats in either World War make it into the Delaware or Chesapeake Bay? I don't think any U-boats made it up the Delaware River. As for U-boats in the Chesapeake Bay, probably one or two got very close, maybe into it. That Chesapeake Bay is more likely. I wouldn't be able to know for sure without examining the patrol records of all the U-boats that went off of the US East Coast, but you know, if somebody said, oh yeah, a U-boat made it up the Delaware, I would be very skeptical. If someone said a U-boat made it into Chesapeake Bay, yeah, I could see that happening. Daniel Field, thank you very much for the compliment. It is greatly appreciated, and I hope you're enjoying naval history now that you found an interest in it. Bone Meal Boy, what do you think is the most unusual purpose-designed anti-ship or anti-submarine weapon used operationally by a carrier aircraft? Ooh. Most unusual and used by carrier aircraft. You know, I'm not entirely sure, because used by carrier aircraft, they tend to be relatively sensible. They're either guns, torpedoes, bombs, depth charges, the occasional rocket, or several. Obviously guided missiles towards the end of the war. You know, no one did anything really mad like stick a gigantic flamethrower on a bomber and try and torch enemy ships from the skies. And obviously carrier aircraft have limited payloads anyway. I mean, maybe the dedicated armour-piercing British rockets that were designed to be fired short and then skim under the water, you know, levelling out under the water to poke holes in an enemy pressure hull. That's a pretty unusual weapon, as opposed to just trying to straight up shoot them with an explosive rocket, but there you go. John, oh, what's going on here? John, no. Wow, there's a sorry, suddenly I was like, what? Why have there's no one asking questions? And then suddenly the chat just jumped suddenly as it updated, and now I'm trying to find out roughly where I was before. John Thomas, what Royal Navy battleships provided fire support at Normandy? Depends on what phase of the Normandy landings you're looking at, because various Royal Navy battleships cycled in and out, because you've got D-Day, but then you've also got the follow-up operations, and at that point you have several Royal Navy battleships coming in and out of the equation. So Warspite's there at the beginning, for example. Nelson and Rodney are both providing fire support at various stages. I was going to say Centurion is technically involved in the landings, but not as fire support because she becomes a breakwater. Obviously the battle cruisers and the King George V don't get involved because they've got other things to be doing. Malaya is laid up, Barham's been sunk, Valiant and QE are off doing other things. So yeah, don't think any of the R-class got involved, so it's probably Nelson, Rodney and Warspite for the most part, with maybe the occasional other guest appearance. 96831 saying Centurion and Marlborough were intended to be the last two Lion class subject to King's approval. Well, that'd be interesting. I've not heard that before. It'd be unusual for them to reuse Centurion when Centurion was technically still around, although I suppose maybe they thought they could just take her out of service. Gustav, HMS Hawk for a battleship? Possibly. Had been recently used as a cruiser. New reality. To what level of precision were Age of Sail cannon constructed? Was shot deliberately undersized a certain amount to ensure they'd fit, or what level was quality control? No, shot came in all shapes and sizes roughly around the shape and size it should be. Shot was more about weight, hence 32 pounder, 24 pounder, etc, etc. Age of Sail cannon tended to be slightly overboard compared to, in theory, what they should have been. So, for example, in theory, if I'm remembering my figures correctly, a 32 pounder should be a 6-inch bore, and the shot should be about 6 inches across. But if you measure the bore of most 32 pounders, they're usually somewhere between 6 1/4, 6 1/2, maybe slightly more, which is one of the reasons why you need wadding. Simply because you had no guarantee whether the 6-inch shot or the 32 pounder shot was going to be 6 inches across. It might be bigger, it might be smaller, it might be slightly oblong, slightly not spherical. And so you tended to have slightly overboard guns, which didn't contribute fantastically to accuracy, but just to make sure that you didn't get jams and then explosions, which is obviously not good. And this is why when you were looking for a chase gun, captains would cycle through lots of guns, every gun on the ship, potentially extra guns in port, and what they'd be looking for would be a gun that had been bored out maybe slightly tighter, and then they'd go around and match specific ammunition from their stocks to that gun. So you got a much tighter fit, much more regular ammunition, and therefore greater accuracy. Jeff Holloway, Mini Drac is growing fast. Yep, that Mini Drac definitely is. I mean, the last time Mini Drac made an appearance on a live stream, it's just a little baby in arms. Only a few weeks old. There you go. Bone Meal Lord, do you think there'll ever be a ship named after Fisher or Cunningham? There should be. I think indeed, in today's climate, Cunningham's probably got a better shot at it than Fisher, but they're both equally worthy, in my opinion. Alternate Historian Turtle Duck, talking about one of the Super Chat answers, I think, money wouldn't be a problem for the French, as accepting southern cotton in exchange for weapons and selling that cotton to the UK would be fairly easy and profitable for France. Yeah, potentially, but the South can only produce so much cotton. The cotton market can only sustain so much cotton before the prices crash. If the French were doing limited support, sure, that would be a way of funding it. If the French were going all in, you know, La Royale, the French fleet off the US coast, potentially doing a blockade of the north and a couple of 100,000 French soldiers in the field, I don't think the South can produce enough cotton to pay for all that. John Thomas, who holds the title Princess Royal? Would that be a daughter second in line? That's a good question. I think Prince Anne is the Princess Royal at the moment? Question mark? I actually need to double check that. Yes, Princess Anne is currently the Princess Royal. So yes, it's theoretically, it's the monarch's eldest daughter. So Princess Anne is Princess Royal because she was, well, still is technically Queen Elizabeth II's eldest daughter, even though Queen Elizabeth II is no longer with us. But it doesn't automatically go down a step. Well, I mean, firstly, obviously, the current king doesn't have any daughters, just 2 sons. So as far as I'm aware, the title of Princess Royal will stay with Anne for life, and then I guess it would be, depending on when that all occurs, the title Princess Royal would either then go into abeyance until William becomes king, or if William was already king at that point, then once Anne is no longer with us, it would then go to Princess Charlotte, who is William's daughter. So yeah. So yeah, they theoretically have to be in line for the throne because it's the eldest daughter of the monarch. So obviously Anne is somewhat down the line of succession now, but she was much closer in the line of succession at the time that she was born. And they've now, the law of succession laws have been changed so that it's so under the old system, even if Anne had been the oldest child at the time she was born and Charles had been the second oldest, under the old system the crown still would have gone to Charles as the oldest male heir. I believe that's now been changed so that it's just the oldest child of the monarch. So, I mean, we've got King Charles now, then we'll have William, and he's got, his oldest is also a son, but if he has a daughter, then she would then become queen, rather than it passing to a younger son. Medra saying, I think Jellicoe still deserves battle. Oh yeah, he deserves a battleship named after him. It's not going to happen, but he definitely deserves one. Funt Case. Yes, they could, because the B-bomb was a 250 pounder. That's well within the carrying capacity of carrier aircraft. He says, my grandpa was depth charged on the surface in a convoy in the Indian Ocean and said the explosions were remarkably large. I was wondering if it was buoyant bombs. No, if it was buoyant bombs, the explosions would have been relatively small because the buoyancy chamber meant that the bomb's charge was actually relatively small and it relied on coming up underneath the ship to do its damage. If there were bombs going off and he was on the surface in the Indian Ocean, then if the explosion was remarkably large, it could be one of two things. It could either be just regular depth charges, or it could be perhaps a tail fused high explosive bomb So instead of detonating on the surface, which would cause some explosion, it might detonate, maybe half a second or a second after it's hit the water, at which point obviously it's going to displace a whole lot more water, also combined with just being a really big bomb. John Thomas, following up about Princess Royal, if she's actually the heir, would she also be Princess of Wales? Yes. So if the British monarch's eldest child is a daughter nowadays, so yeah, as I say, we have to go 3 generations down the line for that to be a theoretical possibility, then at that point, yes, she would be the Princess Royal or the Princess of Wales. Or I don't know which title takes precedence, actually. Would it be the Princess of Wales or the Princess Royal, or the Princess Royal, Princess of Wales? But either way, she'd have both titles until she became Queen. The evil Mr. Jeb says, I was thinking about the tradition of plank owners. It made me think about having pieces of the ship as mementos. If you were offered, would you take a piece of steel from Royal Oak? Which is, of course, where one of my great uncles is. Qualified, yes. It would depend on how someone had come across that piece of steel. If it was something maybe from a bit of the Royal Oak that had been taken off before it's sinking as part of maintenance, and then once it got sunk, people were like, that might be worth something going forward. Or if it was recovered as part of an official dive, cleaning up the wreck, or making sure it's not a hazard to shipping, essentially officially recovered, then yes, in theory I would be open to having a bit of steel from Royal Oak. If it's just kind of, hey, this came from Royal Oak, I'd be like, how did you get that? Because I think it's one thing to dive a ship which is also a grave. That's fine. You visit people's graves on the surface, so visiting a grave that's underwater, that's fine in my book. Exploring internally, as long as it's done tastefully, fine as well. Recovering bits of it, I think it depends what you recover and why. So, for example, with Hood, they recovered her bell. To me, that's fine. It's a very specific part of the ship. It can serve as a kind of a memorial for the ship. Same with Prince of Wales's bell, actually. That kind of stuff, or historically important artifacts, to a limited degree, yes, fine. But if it is a war grave, and especially from relatively recent memory, and you're just going and randomly grabbing bits of it, that's where I think it crosses the line personally. But obviously people's mileage may vary. I mean, also there's the question of at what point does it become just a ship, an artifact, rather than a grave? Because obviously human remains came up with Vasa, but broadly speaking, most people don't seem to be too worried about that. Similarly, human remains came up with Mary Rose, and people aren't too worried about that. I guess that comes, the whole question of when does it stop becoming grave robbing and become archaeology? And that's a question which there's probably as many answers to that as there are people to offer their opinions on the issue. And I've got a notification, which I don't want. Please go away. Fishing Off the Road Grillin asks, what are your thoughts on the movie series about the Korean Admiral Yi Sun-shin? As much as, well, obviously you need a subtitle version if you don't speak Korean, but I've seen the first two, and I quite enjoy them. I mean, There's obviously a certain amount of artistic license that's taken with the movies, but as the way I tend to judge historical movies, as long as they're not going completely out of left field, is, do I know enough about the battle they're depicting to have an informed opinion on it? And if so, if I'm watching through the sequence, am I going, right, I know what this is, okay, they've depicted that well, therefore this should lead to this? Yes, it does. As long as that's roughly speaking happening, I can forgive the kind of artistic embellishments of the details of what's going on. It's when it drifts off into that flat out didn't happen and this is completely wrong that I start to object. The movie series about Yi Cixin, I would say it's a little bit more towards the softer end of things, but they're an enjoyable set of films, and there's enough actual history woven into them to, I think, enjoy them as for what they are. Fight and So asks, choose one, collaborate with Jeremy Clarkson on a Jutland documentary, or with James May on a special on how wooden warships were built using Victory as a framing device. Oh, you evil man. Oh, that is a choice and a half. I genuinely don't. I think I would have to toss a coin. I couldn't choose without a coin toss. Bismuth77 said, did the Pope bless capital ships? Not directly, because I don't think the Papal States had a navy long enough to have like full-on ships of the line and so forth. The Papal States did have galleys and stuff earlier on. But the Pope did indirectly bless capital ships, because he did send out blessings and banners and sails and so forth to other Catholic countries. There are a bunch of blessed banners and flags and so forth flying in the Spanish Armada, for instance. So that's kind of a second-hand blessing, I guess, which, given what happened to the Spanish Armada, apparently second-hand blessings don't work very well. But there you go. Stabarindi asks, could you explain the range clocks on American battleships? So yeah, you see these in some photos. They look like big clocks, but they go up to 10 rather than 12. The idea of the range clock was essentially for formation battles, big fleet battles. So when a ship knew, or thought it knew, the range to an enemy ship, the idea was that the range clock would then display the range that they thought, so big hand, little hand, tens of thousands and hundreds of yards, or thousands and hundreds of yards. And then the idea of that was that the following ship, if they couldn't see the target, either because of gun smoke or fog or some other condition, they couldn't perhaps see the target directly, or they were having problems estimating the range, they could then look at the ship ahead of them and go, okay, he's shooting at him, maybe we also want to shoot at him, and he reckons the range is this much, and we know where we are relative to the guy with the range clock, therefore we need to just, rather than try and work out exactly what the range is to our target, we just need to work out what the difference in range, what the difference in distance is between us and the guy ahead of us with a range clock, and that can give us a rough estimate of the range and bearing we need to target without having to worry so much about the gun smoke and everything. So essentially it's a way of allowing ships that don't have a good sighting to correct their own ranges until visibility gets better. So yeah. Jacob W5570 says, I think by now I know more people who couldn't get into the Navy when they really wanted to than I know people who are in the Navy. yeah, especially for the late 90s, early 2000s, or that generation of people, that's probably not really that surprising, given how minimal the number of people they wanted at that point was, and how picky they could therefore be. Tim Kenner asks, from 1900 through to the end of World War II, what ship would you give the Yes But How award for a design that looked insane on paper but still got built and somehow worked? Also potentially a possible top 5 or top 10 idea. I mean, there's a few different designs you could give that to, but off the top of my head, I think probably the one I'd give it the most to would be the Courageous class. Because, yeah, extremely light built. I mean, the Courageous class are lightly built for light cruisers. Yeah, there are light cruisers or ships that would otherwise be called light cruisers in Royal Navy service at the time of the Courageous class that are built, that are heavier built and heavier protected than the Courageous class, despite obviously being much, much smaller than the Courageous class. And then you stick a pair of twin 15-inch gun turrets on them, or in Furious's case, plan to put a pair of single 18-inch. And you're surprised when they bend in rough seas and when you fire their guns, and, well, pretty much any time you look at them strangely. And yet somehow, well, they were built and, well, they didn't sink. And, well, Furious at least gave pretty good service as an aircraft carrier in the Second World War. And I suppose Courageous and Glorious did decent service informing the Royal Navy on how they were going to do carrier tactics in the interwar period, even if they didn't last very long during the war itself. So, for a given value of somehow still worked, I suppose, yeah, the Courageous class would be a good candidate. Sketchy Irishman says, how would you redesign Bairn to make it actually practical to use in combat, say in the Mediterranean in Operation Pedestal or some other large engagement in that time period? It's basically going to need an Italian-style rebuild or reconditioning if you're in the process of converting it. Basically, you need a fully modernized propulsion system, so oil-fired steam turbines, small tube boilers, etc., and you need that hull longer to just get the thing moving through the water, even if it's only going to go 24, 25 knots. It doesn't even have to hit full fleet carrier speed, but you've got to go faster than Ben did historically. The rest, in terms of, elevators and flight doctrine, that can be changed through experience, through lessons from other people, etc. But as long as Ben remains this short, dumpy, incredibly slow carrier, it's just not a practical proposition for the Second World War. Of course, then you also have to get it into free French service, but that's a different matter. Niels Larson asks, what would be a good strategy for a small navy to do asymmetric warfare against a much larger navy in the first half of the 20th century? I think I've either recently done or am going to release later on a relatively extensive Drydock answer to that, and I think I have that down as for a very extended answer in a Friday video. But essentially, a lot of the answer has to do with how big a disparity is there between you and the navy you're trying to fight, and what kind of area are you trying to defend? Because a navy that's going to do asymmetric warfare, if you're just a random country with a limited coastline with no particularly interesting features to it, is very different from somewhere like, say, Sweden, where you've got extreme weather to consider, lots of islands, lots of inlets, lots of potential coastal fortifications and minefields. And even though it's just the other side of the Scandinavian peninsula, Norway has a lot more coastline to defend, much more severe fjords, deeper, more of them, goes further in, but less of the sort of scattered islands and shallows offshore. So even though they're both Scandinavian countries, what you need for a Norwegian navy to fight a large navy and what you need for a Swedish navy to fight a large navy are two very different things, and the same again for a Danish navy and so on. So yeah, it's hugely dependent on what you have to work with. Randpar says, you once said you were thinking of narrating the War of the Worlds. Is that still a thought and any chance it will happen? Yes, I'm planning on trying to get that done later this year. I was thinking of maybe doing it for April Fool's this year, but at the time, in the run-up to April 1st this year, I was in the process of switching over microphones and then also more recently switching over offices. Still got to put some audio damping baffles up, but once that's all done, I can think about doing a full narration of War of the Worlds. The thing is, I'm thinking with that, do I try and put some sound effects in? Yeah, probably, at least in some parts. But the other thing is, obviously, there are a number of characters in War of the Worlds. And while I'll happily do the narration, and I can probably do some of the main characters, I'm thinking maybe getting friends or family to come in and maybe do some of the additional parts, but I've got to persuade them to do so. Mrs. Drac, for example, might offer her vocal talents to some of it. Ryan McHugh asked, didn't HMS Canopus ground herself in the Falkland Islands during preparations to the Battle of Falkland Islands? Yes, that's another example of intentionally going aground. Although that was a little bit more controlled than just full speed ram. Oh, and we've actually blown straight past the 4-hour mark somehow. Styling and profiling battleships and barbecue asks, any update on Task Force Admiral? Any plan to expand the game to full strategy and take it to other platforms? I can ask the developers, but as far as I'm aware, their current status after the Kickstarter and such is obviously ironing out the bugs with the currently existing Coral Sea scenario, and then once those bugs are ironed out, the surface combat etc. has been sorted, it won't be that difficult in theory to expand that out to the other early war carrier battles, Midway, Santa Cruz, Eastern Solomons, because in part you've got a bunch of assets that can either be reused or reused with mild modification, and most of the mechanics are going to remain relatively similar. So, yeah, those kind of expansions could be done pretty easily. It's when you start getting beyond that that things get a little bit harder, because, for example, incorporating British carriers, that means all new aircraft, all new carriers, completely different strategies and AIs compared to the Japanese and the Americans. And even with the Japanese and the Americans, if you wanted to move forward to, say, Philippine Sea or Leyte Gulf, you're looking at obviously a lot more new ships, and also the strategies, and therefore the AI programming for the opposing side would have to undergo a complete overhaul, because how the Japanese are going to fight Philippine Sea and Leyte Gulf is very, very different to how they're fighting carrier battles in 1942. So yeah, stages, but I probably should speak to them at some point and get a slightly longer idea on updates. Okay, apparently the audio's gone even on this. It shouldn't have done. Okay. Okay, apparently the audio is echoing even on this. Okay, so that means it's... That's weird. Okay, so this is a completely different microphone. Very different, and completely different plug-in as well. This is wireless mic plugged into the back microphone in. So if we're getting random digital effects, I don't know. I mean, it could be the thing's running out of battery. Okay, well, let me pull this mic and see if switching back to the other mic for the last 5 minutes has any beneficial effects. Okay. Bringing the other mic back online. Okay, so I'm going to have to probably wrap it up here for both technical reasons and fatigue reasons. Last 5 questions. Paul Casentino, what do you think of the Bourbon? I gave you aboard the USS New Jersey. It's very nice. I've had it 2 or 3 times since I got back through the UK. It's downstairs with all the other Bourbons and so forth. Nosdormo89, have you considered a collab as a commander in World of Warships or World of Warships Legends, the console counterpart? I'd be perfectly happy to do it. It's just up to Wargaming if they want me to do it. Spamatron, you mentioned Britain's coastal defences being poor during World War I, but they would need to defend against German battle cruisers armed with and armoured against 11-inch guns. Is building sufficient defences affordably even possible? Not to defend the entire coast, no. But I mean, it's 6.5 or something like that. I'm not a big fan of lots and lots and lots of coastal defences generally anyway, but given that there was a reasonable supply of large-ish guns, oh no, okay, so somehow this is worse? Right. Mm-hmm. Let's go into sound. Okay. Da-da-da. Is that any better? Yeah, people saying it's like there's a double echo, but I can't see where that would be coming from, because well, last time we had this problem, I disabled basically everything. Yeah, so looking at it at the moment, literally the only things that are enabled as input devices at the moment are XSplit's audio and this. And if I disable XSplit, then it's not going to transmit audio to the stream. And if I disable this, it's not going to transmit audio to XSplit. So yeah, and I've never had this problem with well, no, we did occasionally have problems with the Blue Yeti, but then we've had it from a completely different input source with the lapel mic, although it took a while for it to happen. I wonder if it's an XSplit problem. I don't know. Maybe someone who knows more about XSplit can tell me. But yeah, coastal defenses. Yeah, you could get some mobile coastal defenses going with maybe 12-inch guns on rails. We had a big enough railway system. So yeah, if I was going to defend the UK with heavy guns, coastal guns, I'd probably make them railway guns. Grab a bunch of ones that are being taken off the older pre-dreadnoughts and have them maybe positioned in a few strategic depots somewhat inland near railheads. And then when enemy ships are spotted coming in a certain direction, you can just go, okay, priority traffic for these railguns, and they can head to the nearest railhead and start firing. And the fact they're older, made up by the fact they can elevate a lot higher, and they can just, at least provide a deterrent. So last couple of questions and then I need to go. Captain Seafort says, do you have any plans to do videos on any of the more unusual naval related archaeological sites ashore beyond dockyards and fortifications like Jodrell Bank, for example? Yeah, it's on Jodrell Bank, and a few others are on my list of places to visit. It's just a matter of finding the time. So yeah, so with that, I think it's time to wrap up. It's been about 4.5 hours. It's 11:30 here in the UK, and I'm beginning to fade a little bit. So thanks everyone for coming, and well, we're gradually catching up with these double live streams, getting closer and closer towards the current Drydocks. So next month, we shall see. Right, so where's the end stream? And hopefully next time we won't have so terrible audio issues. If anyone knows why, let me know. Bye for now.